What's up, everybody? How's it going? And welcome back to Tactical Thursday, because it's Aliens Day today. We're talking about all the Xenos indexes, which is exciting. Tomorrow's Points Day, so we'll have basically the entirety of 10th edition 40k sans the designer commentary available. So I think this weekend is going to be a great weekend of some play testing, some hardcore theory crafting. It's exciting. I will still be live tomorrow. I'll be live at the same time, and we'll talk about some. We'll do some friggin' points talk discussion and maybe some first impressions and stuff like that. And then probably I think over on the Purple channel, if you follow me over there at TacticalTortoise TV, link in the video in the description over to my link tree. You can find me over there. Then I'm probably gonna stream like all day on Saturday and Sunday. Getting some games in, getting destroyed with Tyranids. How's it going, everybody in chat? What's up, everybody? I think that we're gonna do Tau first. There was a lot of Tau people, and Tau's the first one, so I think that's what we're going. It was like Tau, Necrons. You Necron people came out in the late game there. But it was like Tau and Orks neck and neck for most of the discussion here. So I think we're going to jump in on that one. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have any other housekeeping stuff? I don't think so. I'm going to do a video on terrain, I think, today. If you saw my post on Facebook, I posted in the Discord as well. I posted my show notes for the terrain video over on the Patreon. So patreon.com/tacticaltortoise. If you're an early access member, you can get access to that, and it might be a new thing that I try if people enjoy it, but basically I took my script and I broke it down. So if you are looking for a written summary of the terrain rules, you can go check that out over there. Anyway, let's dive in, everybody. How's it going? And let's talk about some freaking aliens and stuff. Oh, it's all right. Where's my stream? There it is. We found it. We figured it out. All right, let's go. So I have not looked at any of these, as is tradition. I literally have not looked at these before going live. So we're doing it live, everybody. Is this a pulse blaster? This gun is cool. Is that what pulse blasters look like? That looks like a new gun. That doesn't look like a carbine, if I'm being honest with you. That's sweet. So as we've seen with the Tau preview stuff, they get they can double up their they can spot for units and give them +1 ballistic skill and ignore cover if you're a marker light. And then if you shoot someone who you're not guided against, then you get -1 ballistic skill. Now there has been a bit of a little idiosyncrasy that I think we are expected to get errata, is that currently having shot in the shooting phase does not make you ineligible to shoot. You just can't select that unit to shoot again, but eligibility is only checked if you like advance or fall back, or basically that's it. So currently you can like spot, you can shoot and then spot for somebody else, which I think is clearly not the intention, and no one will play it that way, but I do expect that to be an errata. If that is the case, then units could shoot and perform actions, could always shoot and perform actions, which would make no sense, because you could shoot your range weapons and then elect to perform actions because you would still be eligible to do so, which would mean that the clause of the action rules that stop you from shooting would do nothing. So clearly that's not the intention of the rules, but that is something to keep in mind. We may see change in the future. We're on the Kauyon detachment today, so from the 3rd battle round onwards, you get sustained hit 1. If you're guided, you get sustained 2. That's actually... Sustained 2 is a lot. That's a lot. And we'll have to see how many rerolls we get in this faction, because if they get 1 billion rerolls to hit, it's going to be kind of nuts. So at that point, you're just like fishing for Teslas, I think. Let's see. You can get yourself a 6+ Fiono paint on battle suits. Okay. It's fine, I guess. It's not very good, honestly. Uh, You can be selected as an observer until the end of the phase. Each time model in your unit makes an attack that targets the spotted unit, improve ballistic skill by 1, and you get... So, okay, so you can guide for yourself, basically, for 1 CP. That's cool. You get the bonus on whatever you have selected to spot against. Strike and fade in your shooting phase. After your attacks have been resolved, you can make a normal move. But importantly, it's not immediately after your attacks have been resolved. It's just you target a unit that has resolved its attacks. So unlike Strike and Fade previously, you don't have to shoot at the beginning of the shooting phase, and you don't have to move immediately after you shoot. So you can wait until the end of your shooting phase and then just move somebody. It's actually way better. It's kind of a little Fire and Fade action going on. It's super good. You can't charge afterwards, but it was kind of weird you could charge afterwards in the previous edition, so it is what it is. No more Montka. Yeah, we'll also see how much 2 CP is a lot, but they may have free stratagems out there with the wazoo. Like, you know, we'll see. Montka, I imagine, will be another detachment. This is just the Kalyan detachment. So you basically select your tactical philosophy at list construction rather than at start of the game, which is less cool, but also, I mean, it's fine. Point blank ambush until the end of the phase. Each time a model from your unit make a ranged attack that targets an enemy unit within 9 inches, improve the AP by 1. Sick. Oh, but you can't use it during the first or second battle rounds. It only works when you're Kalyaning people. I guess that makes sense. I mean, it's 9 inches, right? The hope is that you're not within 9 inches of your opponent on the first battle round anyway. I think things have gone horribly wrong for you if that's already been the case. But that is a little bit sad. I guess if somebody like bum rushes you kind of suck because you don't get any of your benefits. Photon grenades, -2 to charge when you declare a grenade unit. That's cool. Any grenade unit, not just fire warriors. Although I imagine that they're going to be basically the same. Although Kroot have their quill grenades. Can Kroot throw photon grenades now? We'll find out momentarily. Strike and Fade should be 3 CP. Yeah, I mean, that's that's certainly an opinion. 3 CP is like 3 CP is effectively infinite CP in this edition. From my experience so far, the CP, the command point economy has changed significantly. You have significantly less command points, but you have more free stratagems. But on the flip side, there's basically no stratagem that costs more than 2 CP. And 2 CP is like a big, powerful stratagem, like an interrupt or an intervention or a something huge. So 2 CP is already kind of a lot. You're looking specifically to get your free use your free stratagems on 2 CP stratagems, which on the flip side means you basically only get 10 stratagems per game if you're only using them on 1 CP stratagems. Speaking of 1 CP stratagems, the next one is Combat Embarkation, or Embarkation, excuse me. This is the one we saw when you get charged. You can jump into a transport. Your transports are all repulsors now. Exemplar of the Kalyan. While you're leading a unit, you get Kalyan one turn earlier, but that doesn't let you use point blank ambush earlier. Because it doesn't check when Kalyan triggers, it just checks the literal battle round, which is sad. Precision of the Hunter, +1 to hit from 3rd battle round, +1 to wound as well. That's kind of fun. Through Unity Devastation, while you are an observer unit, you get... Oh, they grant lethal hits to the guided unit. Oh, cool. Poor Kroot Shapers. They get nothing. They can take Precision of the Hunter. Okay. Pure Tide Engram Neurotrip. You can use a stratagem on a unit even if you've already used it this phase. That might be good. If you get free strats, you could do like 2 Strike and Fades in a turn, which would seems pretty strong, but it does require you to have free strats. Drones. If you've upgraded a model to have a drone, you get these things. Importantly, that means that like your baked-in rules are going to affect your gun drone profiles. So like, if you use the strat for +1 AP, it goes to AP1. It's +1 to hit, so it hits on 4s if you have the precision of the hunter, because it is hit roll, not ballistic skill modifier. So you can get +2 to hit. So you can hit the gun drones on 3s if you're a precision of the hunter with a bunch of gun drones. Yeah. All right. Sweet. Although they aren't ablative wounds anymore, so that actually makes you significantly less tanky if you end up taking gun drones over shield drones. Getting plunging fire with Tau and Grey Knights is going to be easy because they deep strike. Maybe. I don't know about plunging fire, chat. I'm not sure. Well, first of all, multi-level ruins are a blight on the game. Get rid of them. But also, there's too many riders on it, honestly. Grey Knights have a tough time because their Dread Knights can't benefit from it because they don't fly, so they can't actually go up on ruins. Even if you teleport, you can't stand on anything. You have to be wholly on ruins now, so the number of like crisis suits, for example, that are going to fit on a third floor of a ruin, which is normally where you're going to be 6 inches above the ground floor. You could get 2, maybe. You get 2 crisis suits potentially. And you have to deep strike there. You can't move because moving, you'd have to use the move diagonally rules. And I doubt most crisis battle suits are going to be able to jump on buildings that easily, to be fair. Drone models are lovely mantelpiece statues. Well, tactical drones are still a unit, right? So maybe tactical drones are good. We'll find out. Commander Shadowsun is a lone operative and stealth and infiltrator. Okay, calm down. That's already a good combination of abilities. She could just like screen your backline on turn 1 and then go from there. She has a reroll hit rolls of 1 aura for Empire units within 6. Okay, and she can fall back and shoot, but not charge. She's -1 to be wounded. So she's -1 to be hit and wounded as long as, yeah, which is just a piece of war gear now, right? Because it's the Guardian drone. And you can gain CP on a 5+ when you use stratagems within 6. She can take higher energy fusion, so it looks like her fusion's no longer modal. She doesn't pick one. And she has 2 of them, I assume. Yeah. Ooh, limb missile pods. Strength 7, AP 0, 2 damage. Blah. But 2 strength 10, AP 4, D6 Melta shots is fine. Shadowsun seems okay. I don't know if I'm that excited about it. Farsight, look at that gorgeous new Farsight model. So cool. Love that dude. They just leaned into like he's a samurai now. I don't know. he's just an anime mecha. I mean, we're like everyone already knew, but now we're just doing it. When he's leading a unit, when they make an attack, it targets an enemy within 9, add 1 to the wound roll. Oh boy. Okay. Once per battle, when he is selected to fight until the end of the phase, you can reroll the hit roll and wound roll. But he's only 4 attacks. AP 2, 3 damage. That Dawnblade, I don't know about that. That is a cool looking sword, but that is not a hard hitting sword. It is strength 10. That's something, I guess, but I don't know about that. And he has a 2-shot, strength 8, AP 3, 3 damage plasma rifle. But that +1 to wound within 9 inches, that's where we're getting these. I love these abilities, by the way, chat. Abilities that make you're shooting better, but only if you're close to your opponent. That just like there's like a lizard brain reaction I have to that because it means that you're shooting people, but at close range. So it's like melee with extra steps. I love it. I think that's awesome. The Crisis Commander. Reroll hit roll of 1 while they're leading a unit. And none of these models have... no, look at that. None of these models have like lieutenant rules, so we can't add 2 of them, which is sad. But you can add Farsight together with Shady Lady, right? So Um, yeah, they don't both have like warlord restrictions or anything, right? So you can have her next to a unit, get +1 to wound, and reroll ones from her aura, which is something. The battlesuit commander can grant his unit the ability to shoot, fall back and shoot, but only if you have battlesuit support systems, and that is an upgrade. Yeah, battlesuit support system is an upgrade. You can't have duplicates of those, but you can have either one, right? And the weapon of support system is ignore modifiers. Yeah, so that's good. They just like everything's a target lock now, basically. Instead of like having to deal with, you know, velocity trackers and multi trackers and all that stuff. I think that's fine. That seems all right. Kind of looks like I'm cutting off the left side of the screen here, chat. I'm gonna move that over a little bit. There you go. Interestingly, that lets you perform actions when you fall back, right? Which is kind of cool. Looking at the weapon profiles, fusion blasters are sweet, but only 12-inch range. Ooh. They're just a meltagun? They're just a meltagun. Yeah, none of these are particularly exciting, honestly. Enforcer Battlesuit Commander is -1. Gives them Armor of Contempt. That's cool. And otherwise is like kind of the same. He is slower, but +1 wound and +1 saving characteristic. This guy gives everyone assault. Oh, and 12-inch move. Nice. That's cool. And otherwise is basically the same. Fireblade joins breachers and strikes, not pathfinders. Importantly, gives +1 attack characteristic to their ranged weapons. Every time he make a range attack on a critical wound, he gets IP3. So while he's leading a unit, he shoots 3 shots at rapid fire range. Strength 5, AP 0, 2 damage. Mr. Crude Shaper. The figure looks like a perfect profile for a Vindicator shot. A Vindicator shot. Only if he doesn't have shield drones, though, right? Because he could be more wounds than he appears. Suits are walkers, not infantry. Oh, I didn't even look at their keywords. Oh, you're right. They're vehicles now. Ooh. Huh. I kind of feels like you need a Cold Star commander then, right, chat? In order to like move around terrain with any alacrity. Oh no. Vehicles. I mean, it makes sense, but unfortunately, fly vehicles have been dumpstered this edition. So that's a little bit rough. The Crude Shaper grants Feel No Pain 6+. And if they destroy an enemy unit in the fight phase, they get a 4+. That's cute. They adapt to the opponent when they eat them. I love that. And he gets +3 attacks when he charges, but his attacks suck, so who cares? The Ethereal. On a 4+, you get a CP. So we haven't seen any free stratagems, but we do see a little bit of CP regen. You have Shadow Sun and the Ethereal can both do it. He can join breachers and strikes, but he gives the 5+ Feel No Pain, so he's kind of whatever. This guy, you may just not even add him to a unit. He just like chills in the back. Assuming your opponent doesn't have indirect fire, you just like, they're just hanging out back here. I bet these guys are cheap as fuck. They can't equip drones, so you can like use him as a spotter, but then he'll just get shot, so it's kind of whatever. The Prophet of Truth. Once per battle, each time an attack targets this unit, you can use this ability. That's a weird wording. Once per battle each time. Okay. It gets a 2+ invulnerable save until the end of the fight phase. Should be when an attack targets this unit, right? And he doesn't join anything? Yeah, he's not a leader. He's just lone operative. But lone operative with a situational 2+ invuln is really good. They have to get up to him and then try to kill him. And he's -1 to be hit and wounded. But he doesn't do anything. He just gives you +1 leadership to battle shock test. Oh, all right. Well, fair enough. He also is terrible in melee. What are you doing, Anva? Why are you here? He's like kind of tanky. It's weird. What a weird place for this character to be. And she. While he's leading a unit, you get +1 OC. That's cool. Each time he's selected to fight, he gets precision, devastating wounds, sustained hits 2 instead of 1. He's 6 attack, strength 5, AP 1, 2 damage. Like, he's fine at fighting, but he's not very good. +1 OC is kind of cute. He could go to crude carnivores. That's also cute. All right. Suits are vehicles. Can they tank shock? Yeah, but I believe it's like really bad, right? Because you pick a melee weapon, and their melee weapons are like strength 5. So you do like 2 mortals maybe. It's not amazing. Where are we at? Dark Strider. He joins Pathfinders, I assume. He does. You get +1 to wound for his unit. Hell yeah. Okay. But his unit wants to guide people. They're not really shooting. I guess you put him into like a unit of dudes with rail rifles, right? That might actually be good. Enemy units that are on the setup on the battlefield can reserves. Can't be set up within 12. Yeah, that's okay. Long Strike. Long Strike's back. He has returned. We get to talk about hammerheads for a sec. He's +1 to hit against monsters' vehicles. No longer +1 to wound, which, to be fair, was kind of egregious. That was very stupid. Each time he's selected to shoot, you can reroll 1 hit roll and 1 rune roll because of the targeting array. In your command phase, you can select 1 hammerhead gunship. It gains lethal hits. Okay. He is, interestingly, not a hammerhead gunship. He's just a vehicle. They do fly still. It's just kind of cute. I have an interesting question about these flying vehicles, chat, and hull measurement, because I believe that the core rulebook, which we're looking at right now, specifies that you measure if a unit does you hull measure if a unit does not have a base. And so far as we've seen, literally no datasheet has had a hull measurement rule. So like Long Strike and like Eldar grav tanks measure from their base, and like repulsors and impulsors and stuff. I guess it doesn't matter so much for repulsors, but because they're fly keyword, that means they can, as long as they have the movement to do so, obviously, they could go up on top of buildings. And because their base is small compared to the size of the vehicle itself, they can actually fit with the new ruin rules. So they like also like if we elect to decide that you can physically body block models, how do you engage these in melee? Right? Especially if there's like an opposing hull measure or something that has to get up to within an inch of your base. How do you do that? It's a weird one. Yeah, I kind of, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I'm hoping that like the points document has like a base size. I don't know. Maybe they could fix it kind of easily. But it does feel sort of ludicrously broken currently. But to be fair, we don't have all the rules. There may be a document. There's like a base measuring document or something where it just says like for some vehicles use the hull. That would be great. Age of Sigmar has that, right? Where it's just a base size reference and it tells you what models, what bases all models should be on, so that there's no longer like a discussion. I imagine we'll get that, but they haven't said anything about it, and it is a little bit concerning. Hmm. You go over terrain. Well, I don't know. I recorded a video on it this morning. If you're going up to terrain, you go diagonally up to terrain. So if they have enough movement, right, and you have a building, there's a building, my little tiny building, and you have long strike here. Here's his tiny base. He could move up to the second level of the building and stand at the top and get like plunging fire and good lens of sight and all that stuff. But because his base is a little tiny, his a little tiny baby base compared to, it's like a 60 mil base, right? Compared to this huge fucking like 7-inch long tank. It's like really easy to fit him on ruins, which I do think is kind of problematic. I don't know. Yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's only weird right now because we don't actually have a document about it, but they'll probably release a document. That's what I'm hoping. Anyway, it's weird that, speaking of Longstrike having weird rules, it's weird that he's not a hammerhead, but I guess it's so that he can't select himself with his own ability. He has to have another friend that he helps out. And he has a big railgun, devastating wounds, AP 5, D6 plus 6 damage, doesn't ignore invuln saves, and he does, I guess he has a wound reroll, so you can like try to fish for devastating, but D6 plus 6 is not actually that much compared to other weapons. So I don't know. It seems fine. Doesn't do any mortals on top of damage. You have to devastate with it. I do think it's a good place for devastating wounds because it makes the railgun shot like scary and spiky, and it also kind of represents like submunitions, right? If you like hit a infantry unit with it and just like vaporize them, you spall them out. Ion cannon seems terrible. D6 plus 3, strength 8, AP 2, 3 damage. Yeah, I'm not really. I don't know about these profiles. At least the SMS is twin links, but doesn't ignore cover, so your opponent's like +1 save against it. I don't know. I mean, mass railguns might be fine, to be fair, but they were already kind of struggling against like demonic invulnerability, and now just everyone with an invuln save has that because you can never ignore it. And they don't do mortal wounds either, so there's a non-zero chance they just get blanked out by people with good invuln saves. To be fair, though, like, I guess hammerheads not being sort of as toxic as they were might be fine. I have heard there's a discussion in the Discord about orcs being super dumb, which is good for orcs, I guess, but that's a little scary. Strike teams. Well, they're in range of an objective marker. Each time you select it as a target of fire overwatch, you hit on 4+. That's cute, I guess, but their guns are kind of whatever. In your movement phase, if you remain stationary, you get a support weapon system, which is just a little strength 5 gun. Well, whatever. Uninspiring. Strike teams. Breachers. Hell yeah. Get rerolls wounds against enemies on objective markers, but they don't get the reroll ones built in. But I guess it's because it's with ranged attacks. So I guess that makes sense. Custodian guards get their rerolls with ranged attacks, right? But they get their rerolls with everything. The also get the support turret, which is indirect fire. So theirs is an SMS rather than a missile launcher, I guess. And their blasters are just 2 shots, strength 6, AP 1 damage. So they're just always at close range of the blasters, basically. Reroll wounds is good. And you can get them +1 to hit with a friendo. Recruit carnivores are 7-inch scout and stealth. If they eat someone, they get a 5+ feel no pain. Adorable. Kind of the same as they were. They gain stealth and lost their cover, their weird cover mechanic, which is probably way better actually. And they're still kind of whatever in melee and shooting. Crude carnivores are still probably going to be. I guess they're OC1 now, but I think they're probably still going to be just like good cheap infantry. Crutox riders grant +1 to hit to themselves if they're near a crude carnivore unit. Their gun sucks though. Strength 7, AP 0. This is AP 0. This is the faction of AP 0. Yeah, I agree, chap. Also, the Carja Fireblade's crack shot, does that trigger on the wound roll? It does trigger on the wound roll. So him getting wound rerolls from the Breacher team is actually kind of relevant. Because he can shoot like 3 times rerolling wounds to try to get AP3. It's like kind of mini devastating, basically. Crisis battle suits. They can advance 6 inches. So adding a cold start to these guys actually makes them super fast. They go 16 and then shoot. Oof. All right. The interesting question is going to be whether you take battlesuit support systems or weapon support systems. I guess you could take, well, what does their work gear look like? They have a burst cannon, and they can replace their burst cannon and equip 2... Oh, 2 drones apiece, and any number of models can have up to 3 of the following. So you can have 2 guns and all the support systems, or 3 guns and 1 support system. The weapon support system is sweet because ignoring cover is like insane in this edition. It's basically +1 AP, but only if your AP is good already. So if you're playing, I mean, you might just like take cyclic ion bosses or something. But if you take Farsight, they're not as fast, so they can't like quite get to the same range. Maybe you're just deep striking them. I don't know. We're just doing a rapid ingress. Oh, excuse me. Weapon support is ignore hit rolls. Is that what it did on the other guy? Wait a minute. Did I just like make up that it ignored cover? I think I did. Just kidding. It ignores hit penalties. What am I talking about? I just had cover on the brain. We started talking about ruins, and I was like, cover was just in my head. Does the Cold Star Commander still ignore cover by himself? Because he used to just do that, right? No. Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about, chat. Well, just kidding. So they can't ignore cover. All right, get wrecked. Get wrecked, crisis battle suits. Yeah, I don't know about these guys then. You ignore penalties to the hit roll, it doesn't really matter. You just take battlesuit support systems, I guess. So everybody can fall back and shoot, and that's probably fine. They're like 4 wounds apiece. They're probably reasonably tanky if you take some shield drones. And they can take shield generators? Yeah, they can. All right. Oh, they ignore cover with marker lights. That must be what I was thinking of. So yeah, you don't need an upgrade for it. You just have marker drones like somewhere generically in the army, and then they ignore cover. Yeah. All right. Well, that's good. The damage output of this unit seems a little bit awkward though, especially because there's hazardous on the Cyclone Ion Blasters, so there's a chance you just lose like what is probably a 50-point crisis battle suit if you overcharge it. That's kind of grody. They can no longer just like pass the overcharge damage to shield drones. So that's a little dangerous. I don't know if I like that. Is it the Fusion Blaster? Is it the Fusion Blaster show? Are we just doing assault Fusion Blaster things, like running at people? Like I guess Tau Flamers are okay, but they're only strength 4, no rerolls. I don't know. Stealth battle suits. Give rerolls of 1 when they're an observer against their spotter unit. That's cute. And they can use rapid ingress for 0 within 3 inches of the bearer's unit. Or Oh, you use rapid ingress for 0 targeting anyone. Oh, that's cool. I'm not sure what the use case of that is. I guess you can just, like, push it into the corner. Because they infiltrate, and then you can, like, run them into an annoying place and then 0 CP it. It doesn't let you come in any faster. But it does let you get a good rapid ingress, I guess. DGen, thanks for the subscription. Appreciate you. Oh, there are vehicles. Yeah, you're right, chat. I forgot it had that vehicle clause. I also forgot that they were vehicles, because that's totally new. All right, so they do only take 3 damage, but that does mean that, like, 2 failed hazardous checks, you just lose a whole crisis battlesuit, and that's super rough. Yeah, this is feeling pretty meh for sure. Stealth drones. Skill scale battlesuit's kind of sweet. He's got a 2-shot. If he takes the fusion, he's got a 2-shot strength 12 AP 4 D6 damage. Melta 2. Really? It's just a strength 12 Melta gun? It's not even as powerful as a thermal lance? That gun is fucking huge. Are you kidding me? Wild. All right. Can take twin burst cannons, twin fusion blasters, twin flamers. You can have the smoke keyword. It is lone operative though, so it can't be shot outside 12. So you could maybe just take the ion blaster, 8 shots, APT, 3 damage. You can, like, maybe marker light it to ignore cover, but it's like, how do you wound with this thing? Why is everything is faction strength 8? How do you kill a vehicle? Are you just supposed to shoot it with railguns? Are we still just, like, playing the hammerhead game plan? The Firesight team is lone operative. Oh, it just gets 3 shots from its drones. And it gives rerolls when it is guided. It is a character, though. So you can give it the ability to guide itself, right? Oh, no, that's a strat. Just kidding. I don't think you're going to pay a CP to give lethal hits to a Firesight team. I wonder if they're cheap. They just be, like, little marker light dudes. Pathfinder team. Once per turn when using greater good, you can select this unit to be an observer for a second time and change your spotted unit, so they just spot twice. I'm also like, how many rail rifles can we pack into this unit? A rail rifle, sweet. 30-inch range. How come they don't have concealed positions? If this unit was, if you could build, like, a sweet unit with Darkstrider, who had, like, this big concealed position, like, gun team sitting in the back, that would be sick. But they're just gonna get shot by a gun and die. They don't have stealth. They have no defensive technology whatsoever, right? The pulse accelerator adds the range to their carbines. They go to 26 inches. It's a weird number. And the rifle just does 3 damage. I don't know. I think the issue with these units is that it can only take units of 10, so you're locked in on a big unit, even if you want just them as a support, like a utility unit that's just gonna spot someone and then probably die. Snipers might be okay right now, because everyone's gonna take like 1,000 tiny characters. Or at least some factions will. So precision weapons could be highly valued. That might be like a meta thing that we just haven't realized yet. Precision feels like the maybe the weakest or one of the weakest weapon keywords, but it might be fine. I don't know. The Piranha harasses you with drones at the end of your movement phase. They have 9-inch scout. Their fusion blasters melt a 4. Their fusion blaster does more damage than the Ghost Keel's fusion gun. Also, what? Why is it missing a drone? What is this? It's like it has one drone that kind of looks like crudely photoshopped in. Did they just take a picture of it with no drones? That's weird. The recon drone's badass. What does it do? Oh, it grants infiltrators and it has a burst cannon. It is huge, right? That model is fucking enormous. They also have seeker missiles. Piranhas might be okay. That's a lot of damage. Melta 4, the 14-inch move, so they can get. Oh, it's still in range 12, so they have to get within 6 inches to get the Melta. Well, why do the fusion blasters get nerfed? That's bizarre. Vespid Sting Wings. The end of your movement phase. If it's not within engagement range, you can put it in strategic reserve and it deep strikes, but not if it's in strategic reserve. They have assault weapons. Yeah, these guys are sweet. Just good utility. Super fast. Advance in 2 actions. Also just like shoot okay randomly. Vespid Stingwings are like probably just super solid. And you can take them in 5, so they're probably like 60 points a unit or something, maybe 70. Crude Hounds still take 4 in a unit. They give +1 to wound to themselves when they're near crude carnivores, but their attacks are like strength 3, AP 0, so kind of who cares. And they have 9-inch scout and stealth. The crude hounds are probably still great. Also, is this the model from the kill team? This is a different crude hound model. That must be from the what is it? Gallo Dark or whatever. These are still horrible mutant models. You have to proxy them, right? What is the name of that kill team set, chat? I can't find it. I don't know what to look for. The kill team set with the crew is, I don't know. I don't even know where kill team is on the Games Workshop web store. Hold up. It isn't in their list of games. Is it in here? Oh, kill team. There it is. Ah, found it. Yeah, look at these little guys. I honestly, I did not realize that there were crude hound models in this kit. Those crude hound models are sick. Will you show them to me? Look at them. Those are sweet. Honestly, the kill teams are like rad. It is weird though that they would showcase a model you can get in packs of 2 if you buy an entire other unit, which is lower than the minimum unit count in the crude hound unit, which is a little bit sad. But they don't want to showcase the awful, horrible, like 2002 crude hound model. It's like 21 years old. Broadside battlesuit. You have a 4+ field of pain against mortal wounds. Whatever. 2+ save. They have a 2-shot las cannon with devastating wounds as their gun. And then you can take twin plasma rifles, which is twin linked. Honestly, broadside battlesuits still seem sweet, actually. You can make them fall back and shoot, and then just shoot devastating las cannons all day. This unit's probably still solid. Even better, it's AP4. And you can make them ignore cover if you have marker drones. And they can probably take drones themselves. Yeah. They don't need invuln saves, too, because like everything gets cover all the time forever. So you just stick their stupid gun behind a ruin and the entire unit gets cover. So So they go to a 1+ save. So you don't really need an invuln save on them. And then you can take 2 shield drones and make them 10 wounds. So they're just like an infinite tank. Also, they can take Seeker missiles. Okay. No one joins broadsides, right? No one joins broadsides. Well, that's probably for the best. Broadside battlesuits seem like the standout so far. They seem very good. If precision targets and kills a character in the middle of a unit and breaks coherency, does that kill half the unit? No, you only check unit coherency during your own morale phase. Is that right? Am I talking out my ass there? That's actually probably worth checking. Let's look. I guess it is weird because like previously you would just take morale checks and then remove the units to morale. Oh, there's no morale phase anymore. When do you check coherency? Wait a minute. What the fuck? Why? I literally just quoted a 9th edition rule and a 10th edition coherency. All right, check it. 10th edition discussion. When do you check coherency? Is it end of movement? Oh, at the end of every turn. Oh, yeah, you do. Holy shit. That's a good question. Good call out, chat. I'm getting my brain's got too many editions of 40k in it already. I'm only 2 in. 2.5. End of any turn. Jesus, yeah. So if you accidentally use your character to string for unit coherency and then break it, your unit dies. That's a good one. Seeker losing indirect is tough. Did they have indirect fire? Seekers didn't have indirect fire in the last edition, right? You could strat the Sky Ray to do it, but I don't believe they could shoot out of line of sight previously, could they? That's how often I saw people take Seeker missiles, I think, was the problem. What are we looking at? Friggin' broadsides? Yeah, they didn't have indirect fire. What are y'all talking about? You just had the cool stratagem with the Sky Rays, right? Anyway, let's move on. I think broadside battlesuits seem good. Riptide battlesuit, is it still the only unit in the codex? Ooh, its ion accelerator is not great. Oh boy. Maybe not. Once per battle, you can select one ranged weapon, and it gets devastating wounds. Oh no. It has all of the support systems, so that's good, I guess. Strength 8, though. Why is this the Strength 8 faction? Why is everything fucking Strength 8? That's what a pillow fist here. Jesus Christ. All right, well, sorry, Riptide Battlesuit. You're lost to us, I guess. Maybe someone else was different. You could strat for any Seeker missile off the Skyray. I saw it. I definitely only saw it used on a Skyray, so you might be right, chat. I don't know. I don't know if that was particularly relevant to the Tau game plan, because you had to shoot at something that was marker lighted, right? So you had to shoot something you had line of sight to anyway. So I never really saw it do too much. It let you like hide the Skyray and then shoot it out of line of sight. What was it called? It was like target lock, frequency lock. Yeah, it is Seeker Missile or Seeker Missile Rack for the frequently see lock or the Destroyer Missile. Destroyer. You're right, chat. You got +1 to wound, and if you shoot someone marker light tokens, you could ignore line of sight. But I mean, I guess that's fine. Like, I guess you can't like deep strike someone and then marker light them and then shoot them with a Seeker Missile, but I don't know if that was a particularly common play pattern. Yeah. But the reason that I bring it up on the broadsides is that the design team, or at least on stream, they've noted that hunter killer missiles are free now, and it looks like, based on leaks, the most unless you have like a significant weapon upgrade, most of these upgrades are meant to be internally balanced. So you could, for example, take a twin plasma rifle plus battlesuit support system, or twin plasma rifle plus seeker missile for potentially for free. And if that's the case, then that's pretty rad. And if you just like can pack seeker missiles on everything, like seeker missiles are, that's a solid profile right there. So I don't know, that might be okay, especially on a unit where you can pack 3 of them. So once you guide something, you're shooting like a billion seeker missile shots instead of just one random one. Like guiding the hammerheads, for example, that have like 1 or maybe 2 relevant attacks doesn't feel as impactful as guiding 3 broadsides that have 9, potentially 12 if you have the shoulder guns. And then plus broadsides have wound rerolls baked in too. All right. Hammy head gunship. Oh, they're always +1 to hit against monsters and vehicles. Hell yeah. That's not a long strike thing. Wow. Okay, hammy head. So you can get them to hit on 2s if you guide them? And they have a floating reroll anyway? Maybe we're on hammy heads again. Seeker Missile Rack is just 3 Seeker Missiles. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we're on Skyray gunships. Hold up. So they still have a targeting array. They get reroll hits against flyers, which is relevant. They're super good in the mirror match. But they shoot 3 d6 plus 1 instead of 1 d6 plus 6. I guess it's like probably kind of the same. It's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Are we just on Tau armor again, chat? Are we just playing hammerheads and skyrays? I guess it is vehicle meta, right? Everything's a tank. If you're not a tank, get out of here. You suck. That is kind of what the edition feels like. And the only big guns in Tau are on the big Tau vehicles. And they seem like they're going to be pretty good. You use Seekers on turn 3. Yeah, getting like a critical hit on a Seeker on like battle round 5. It's just like crack someone open. You're like, 1 shot, roll to 6. You can hit with 3 Seeker missiles instead. I don't know. It's like split in midair. It's like a submunition shot. It has 5 multiple warheads inside. Devilfish are lower toughness. I always found it weird that the Devilfish had lighter armor, despite the fact that the chassis is identical. It's just like it's a model thing, right? Because they didn't have the resources, I think, when these kits were designed to make an up armored version for the battle tanks, but it is always it has felt a little bit weird to me. You can disembark from the transport after it's advanced, and you count as having made a normal move. Oh, that's cool. So it can advance and shoot because it has pulse carbines on the drones. So it can advance and like perform actions and stuff, and then disembark a breacher team. The problem is that the Devilfish, because it's more, it has more utility than like a Rhino. The Devilfish was always wildly more expensive than other transports, and and because you're delivering 10 model units, the units they delivered was also expensive. So like in 9th edition, you paid like 200 points for a Fish of Fury, whereas you could pay like 140 points or whatever for a hammerhead. And you would basically never play the Devilfish Breacher team. But I hope that they're cheaper in this edition, because it seems like the Breacher teams are okay. And the Devilfish look useful. But they need to be the right cost for sure. The Accelerator Burst Can is better on the Skyray than the Devilfish or Hammerhead. Is it really? It's 4 shot, strength 6, AP 1. Oh, it's just worse on the Devilfish for some reason. It looks the same. Hey, what's up, girl? Hi. Inky's here. Inky's going to say hello to everybody. Inky, come back. No! She just came in for a kiss. That was cute. It looks like it's the same on the gunships, but worse on the Devilfish for no discernible reason. That's weird. They also get 2 of them, right? Because they can mount them on the drone ports. The Razor Shark gets +1 to hit against non-flyers. Weird. Okay. The opposite of the Interceptor roll. I guess it's the same as the Stormhawk. The little gunship for Space Marines. It has a twin-linked ion turret. 8 shots, strength 8, AP2, 2 damage. That's okay. Is the Sun Shark still cracked? Oh, maybe. No, it only has 3 shots. How many of those does it have? 2? So it's 6 twin-linked shots. And then how many missile pods? 1 extra. So it's 10 twin-linked shots versus 8 on the other gun. But 2 of them are worse slightly, but not that much worse. And you can bomb people, but bombing is a little bit awkward, especially because it doesn't hover. So you don't get to do it until turn 3, just like currently. The Sun Shark might be okay. They went to T9, and they went to a 3+ save at least. And aircrafts are actually kind of mechanically really good. They can be seen over obscuring terrain, but they can also see through obscuring terrain, and they still get cover, which is weird. So it's actually like kind of a 2+ save. I bet the Sun Shark's okay. Getting a billion rerolls is also good. Just like 10 shots twin linked is probably fine. Plus a bomber. Storm Surge. Big beep boop robot boy. It has super secret missiles because it has destroyers. Those are not one shot though. It just has them. You can replace the flamer with another gun, which is kind of whatever. And indirect fire twin linked is like maybe fine. It doesn't ignore cover anymore though, so maybe not. Yeah. Strength 3, Jesus Christ. So I have a sneaking suspicion that like I don't know. Tau MSU feels really bad because their support units want to be MSU, but the units that you are supporting want to be like you want to guide big impactful units. So it feels like you want to be taking like, big storm surges and stuff that you can dump all of your like supporting effects on, because you can give them what is the upgrade to buff your guiding? Through Unity Devastation, right? And so when you observe, you get lethal hits. I guess you can't do that. Hilariously, you can't do that on the fire site because it only works while you're leading a unit. So you're like required to be a targetable character, basically. But then you want like you want to guide these like big, huge fuck off guns that just have like a million powerful shots. Which it feels to me like you're pushing the faction in the direction of like playing a bunch of little support dudes and then a few big stompy robots. And I don't know if that's like really what the Tau thing, but I don't know. The Pulse Blast Cannon is strength 24, AP 6, 12 damage. Okay. That's a lot. The Driver Cannon is D6 plus 3, blast, strength 12, AP 3, 3 damage. The Blast Cannon seems much better. It also rerolls hit rolls against Titanic or Towering. Get wrecked Knights. It's a 2+ save. It itself is Towering. It is, so it can see through walls. T11 and 2+ armor is just already good. It's 2+ armor, 4+ invulnerable. So you have to be like AP 4, and even if you're AP 4, it just hits the invulnerable save. So it's tough to kill. Ignores hit roll modifiers. So it ignores the twin linked effect, right? Or the indirect fire effect. So it's kind of okay with SMS. Yeah, I don't know. This big blast cannon seems pretty strong. I hope we're not back to the Tau just playing triple Storm Surge and calling it a day. That'd be a little bit sad. Tactical drones. Oh, our just gun drones. That's sad. Aw. I like the little cool drone crack team. How many can you take? 4? There might be an okay utility in it because they can advance and do actions in their move 8, which is like okay, I guess. They're importantly not infantry, so they don't go through walls awkwardly. Meh. And they just deep strike? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. And then the Far Stalkers. Select one unit from your opponent's army, you get lethal hit and precision against it. They have ignore cover as long as you have like the cool bird. That's fun. Otherwise, they just have a bunch of regular guns. Ooh, the Tribalist is anti-vehicle 4, devastating wounds. Oh, only Blister skill 5. Lame. Lame. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. That seems okay. No, oh, they infiltrate too. Yeah, they're probably fine. Yeah, I don't know if the Flamers are that great. Flamers were kind of good in the last edition because you could put Exemplar of the Monka on them, right? They would get full rerolls. But they've lost that. So like, are you taking like Farsight and getting +1 to wound? Like, I don't know. Is that where you want your +1 to wound to go? Like the Crisis battle seems super mediocre. The fact that they basically like if you take fusion, they can cap at strength 9, and that's like it. That's like as far as they go. They don't get like full rerolls anymore. You can get them to like hit on 3s, reroll 1s, right? Which is okay, but not particularly consistent. And if they're expensive like they were previously, they're just like they're gonna pop out, shoot like 2 Space Marines to death, and then get vaporized. And I think the amount of support you give them is not really worth it. And I think you just take like these big stupid like robots, these big dumb Storm Surges and Broadside teams, which is not great. Also, the vehicles seem fine. I don't know. Hammerhead gunships and Skyrays seem great. So. Which is unfortunate because GW has they've never figured out how to make battlesuit teams like worthwhile and like cool in any meaningful way. You could take 4 guns, yeah, but then you lose fall back and shoot. So I don't know. Maybe that's fine. It's also like I don't know. The part of the weirdness is like the leader mechanic where you want to make these like this Death Star crisis team that just like kills something and runs away. But the problem is that I think they're kind of like baked around these leaders, and you can't add multiple leaders. So like you want to benefit their buff their wound rolls because their strength sucks. So you want Farsight, but then you want to be faster, so you want a Cold Star, so you can actually like get your Melta guns into Melta range and stuff. But you can't take both of them together. And then if you do that, you have to take Shadow Sun. If you have either of them, you have to take Shadow Sun to get hit rerolls, because otherwise you're um not very accurate. Inky's here also. Inky, say hi to chat. Hello, chat. There she is. Oh, do they limit? Yeah. Let's see. Where's the Crisis Battlesuit team? They're good at, I guess, like they're great at infantry sweeping. You have a burst cannon, and you can take up to 3 with duplicates. Yeah, I don't see anything that prevents you from taking 4 guns, right? Because you start with 1 gun, and then you can take 3 more guns. Yeah, you could take quad guns. We brush a lot. And let me tell you how quickly I go through lint rollers. It is a lot. She loves being brushed though, so she very much enjoys that. So there's a lot of brushing going on. She's got a little mat. She's a crude that I have to clip out sometime soon. But otherwise, I don't know. Part of it's that it's like dark hair, and I have a lot of dark clothes, so sometimes it just doesn't show up, which is good. She is. I think she's just an American long hair, chat. She came from a shelter, so that she doesn't have like, she's not like pedigreed. Let me point my camera at her. There she is. Inky, say hi. She's not pedigreed or anything, but I think she's just an American long hair. Having no weapons above strength 10 for Crisis is painful. Yeah. I mean, that might be if the case is that they're just like the infantry sweeper, and you just take like a unit of 3 with a bunch of flamethrowers. Because you could just take 4 flamethrowers on them, right? You like 4 flamethrowers with Farsight for +1 to wound, and your fire with 3 of them is like what, 12d6. So you're shooting like 36, wounding on 3s ish or 4s, ignoring cover. Like that's honestly like probably fine. And you're just like, all right, guys, you guys sit in the back, you chill back here, and when we need you, you're gonna pop out and you're gonna kill like 30 orc boys, and then we're gonna call it a day, and then you'll die probably. And then like you leave the anti-tank to the hammerheads and the broadsides and the storm surge and stuff. And I guess like those little tiny teams are actually not too bad. They're not the easiest thing in the world to kill, right? Like T5's not great. T5 3-up isn't great, but they're in cover. They're 5 wounds. Like maybe you have drones. And they could just spot as long as they're not shooting anyone. So just like you just have 1 marker drone in the unit, and they just chill in the back, and like 1 dude peeks his head out and spots for your big units for a while. And then if you need them, they're like a late game anchor. That's probably fine. And honestly, I kind of prefer that to the army being like the all battle suits all the time, thing. Show where it's just like, oh, I'll bring 2 units of 6 battle suits and put every single buff on them all the time, all at once. Is there a footnote, champ? Did I skip over a note there? Oop, this is the wrong page. Oh, the bottom one. Okay. Yeah, you're right. No, it is only 3 guns. It's too much text. Fair enough. This wouldn't be a live stream if it wasn't me misreading a datasheet at least once, right? Ah, great. it's weird that, like, I don't know. That's a strange place to put it. It's weird that you have like one somebody's gonna make the argument. They're like, whoa. It only says you can have 3 ranged weapons. The bullet point's only after the one with the other ranged weapons. It's not after the one with the initial ranged weapon. So it means you can take 3 ranged weapons in addition to the one I already have. And then somebody's going to slap them. Gonna be like, get out of here, you gook. You can't say that, right? That's not a good note. That's a bad word, right? I don't remember. You silly goose. I don't remember what all the bad words are about. All right. Who are we doing next? Orks was the tiebreaker. Was the other tie. So I think we're gonna push for Orks next. Tau seem like whatever. Rules say when measuring distance, use bases. Engagement ranges within 1 inch of a model's base. What happens to things? Oh, yeah, we talked about that already, chat. You could say goof. Yeah, goof is good. Gook is bad. I think I was halfway between. Oh no, I was on my face cam that whole time. I think I was halfway between mook and goof, and I took the worst of both worlds. So I apologize. That's not not the direction we should go in. All right, let's talk about Goon and Mook. Yeah, if I had picked either any other combination of those ones, it would have been good. But I picked the wrong one, so I'm sorry, everybody. Let's talk about Orks. So they can wah once per battle, awkwardly at the start of the battle round. I think we talked about this when their thing was originally previewed. How do you determine what you could see and shoot and what gets cover? Wait until this evening because I'll have a video on it, and then all of your questions will be revealed. Or all of your questions will be answered. So yeah, the timing of this ability is super weird because you use it at the start of your battle round, so your opponent can react to its use, right? You can use it like defensively to give yourself a 5+ vulnerable save in your opponent's turn, or offensively to get advanced in charge and then the 5+ invuln. But it's so much better offensively because you get the invuln save for your opponent's turn and your turn, and you get the advanced in charge in your turn and all the buffs. Whereas if your opponent goes first, it just doesn't give you good charges. It's just like, well, I only get half of it. Kareen's comes back. Uses anti-phase when a vehicle unit with deadly demise is destroyed. If you roll you target that destroyed vehicle if you roll a 6 for its deadly demise. You can then make a normal move or fall back before its deadly demise is resolved. And before any embarked units perform emergency disembarkation. Well, that's kind of cute. Importantly, it's any phase. I wonder if there's ways to kill your own vehicles and then try to trigger it yourself. Probably not, right? It doesn't say destroyed by an enemy either. Orks is never beaten. We saw that's just a fight on death for whatever you want, which seems kind of disgusting for Orks because you could use it on your infantry units. Unbridled Carnage. You get critical hits on 5 up, which gives you sustained, which is already good. Hard as nails. In shooting or fight, you can get -1 to be wounded on non-vehicle or aggression. Jesus. What? You just have -1 to wound on a stick? Okay. These stratagems are like... I don't know, man. These are not all created equal, it feels like. Yeah, vehicle shooting hazardous weapons is the one I could consider, for sure. And maybe there's ways to do damage to yourself. I don't know. Mob rule. One mob unit from your army that contains 10 or more models and is not below half strength. While friendly orc infantry is within 6 of that unit, you can be selected as the target of your stratagems, even if you're battle shocked. So it gives a unit that is 10 models and not below half strength a 6-inch aura that lets you use stratagems on other units. Well, at least some of these stratagems are kind of worthless. Jesus, okay. Maybe that's so that you can use Here You Go on them, because gives you +2 to advance and charge rolls. Jesus Christ. All right. I think we talked about this already. That's an insane stratagem. It's so good. So unfortunately, it's infantry only, so you can't use it on big vehicles, but that's fine. And it is start of your movement phase, and it might be that you can't use that on units embarked in transports. So actually, there's some limitations on it. Right now, I don't believe that there's a confirmation you can't use stratagems in transports. That has how it worked in last edition, but they'd certainly changed it. Is Battleshock the most useless mechanic since fortifications in 6th? I don't know if I don't think I've played enough games of 10th edition to say for sure, but it is largely worthless. I think in 4 games, I have battle shocked my opponent off of a single objective one time, and at no point has the untargetability from stratagems ever been relevant. It's weird that they were like, all right, guys, we're going to dramatically restrict the amount of CP that you have, but then battle shock can stop people from using stratagems. And you're already like, yeah, but they have like 50% less command points. So like, who cares? They weren't going to use the stratagem anyway. They would have been like, it's whatever. My unit's already half dead. Yeah, it's poorly thought out for sure. I think that maybe leadership values are just too strong right now. I think maybe like you could push back leadership on every unit by 1, and it would be like much more impactful. But I'll have to play more games to say for sure. It definitely has not felt super relevant in any of the games that I've played. Did I notice Breachers had a 3+ ballistic skill? I didn't notice that. Oop, that's Drukhari. Did we gloss over that? That's sick. That could be intentional because they're like a one-hit wonder. So you want them to actually do stuff. Like hitting on 2s and then rerolling your wound roll is like pretty consistent. Oh yeah, 3+ ballistic skill on their blasters. Hell yeah. All right, Breachers. That's something. Eat your heart out, strike teams. What are you guys doing? Being crappy. That's what. That's super cool. I love that. Could be a misprint, though. I hope it's not, though. Because I mean, there's no, yeah. What you want to do is, like, advance the Devilfish, dump the unit out, support with the Devilfish, shoot them with hitting on 2s with full rerolls. So, like, the play pattern exists. Like, I understand it. Did we not talk about the... Oh, yeah, we're on enhancements now. +2 move characteristic to an entire unit? What the fuck? So you get +2 move, and then you can Here We Go for +2 advance and charge. So another +2 move and +2 charge. So you're plus... Between those two abilities, you're +6 inches to your threat range. Okay. Headwap is Caltropa. Melee weapons that do not have the extra attacks ability have devastating wounds. That's good if you can source rerolls, but also devastating wounds is just solid, so that seems alright. Is it 2 damage? Why do I keep having to go back to this Tau Empire Codex? What's wrong with me? I thought it was 1 damage. It's only 1 damage, chat. I don't know what you're on about. Super Cyborg Body gives a bear of feel no pain. And Brutal but Cunning, you can... Or Cunning but Brutal. No, you can't be brutal but cunning anymore. Only cunning but brutal. You can shoot and declare a charge in which a turn in which it fell back, but not advanced. Honestly, you're probably charging and then you're dead. And that is basically it for that. The battle wagon. Yeah, if those guns were 2 damage, that'd be rad. If you could like find a marker light somewhere and get ignored cover, and then they're like AP1 ignore cover, 2 damage full rerolls, you're just like, all right, let's go. But yeah, no 2 damage. That'd be sweet. It does feel like a weapon that should be 2 damage, right? I always found it was kind of weird that they weren't 2 damage because it's such a one-shot wonder, right? You're just like, all right, here's 20 1 damage shots, and then the unit's dead immediately because they are T3 and in your opponent's face. So the battle wagon is firing deck 22. I hate that Gaskull is meant to join units, but still takes up the entire capacity of a transport. Although, as somebody pointed out to me in the Discord, not trucks, apparently. Trucks can transport Gaskull and like 11 Ork boys, which is weird. Whereas a battle wagon can transport Gaskull and like 3 models. Hi! It doesn't lose anything for upgrading with the guns. So it's still just 22 firing deck, even if it puts guns and stuff on top. It can take up to 4 big shooters, a Defrola, an Ardcase, Grab and Claw, and Wrecking Ball. Ardcase is +2 toughness. Oh, but it loses firing deck. Okay, so if you make it toughness 12, Jesus, this thing is tanky. So you make it toughness 12, basically a 2-up because it's -1 AP. Hilariously, this is this vehicle is highly resilient to high AP attacks, but less so to 1 damage. I guess that's what the Ramshackle ability is for, right? Because you can get between Ramshackle and cover, you're -2s to save, so like an AP4 weapon still saves on a 5. But if you are, I guess you reduce. That's weird. If you like Armor of Contempt with a 3+ save, an AP1 weapon in cover, you still save on a 3 because they go to AP0, and then your cover can't improve you to a 2+. So like, that's what a strange mechanic that is. These guns seem great though. The Zap gun is 2d6. Oh no, it's strength 2d6. It's only 1 shot. Sorry, I thought it was attacks 2d6. No, actually, that seems terrible. Don't take that. The Laba is indirect fire, so it's going to hit on 6s. No, all these guns seem bad. The kill cannon maybe is fine. I guess there's the mech that gives it +1 to hit, so you can hit on 4s. Yeah, I guess you just take the big gun. The Zap gun is going to be, on average, strength 7, so it's really bad. Yeah, you just take a kill cannon if you're taking a gun on it. The Defrola is fine. It's on the AP1, so whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're just putting boys inside. Speaking of boys, reroll hit rolls against monsters' vehicles. Yeah, we saw these guys in the preview. The Beast Boss gives melee weapon, his own melee weapons devastating wounds. Ew, and his anti-monster vehicle? Whoa! Hold up, my guy. And if you take like the head chop as kill wappa, he does it on when he's not charging too. And he has, he swings with one or the other. So you always swing with the 6 attack one, right? Because it's all 2 damage if you're swinging vehicles against vehicles. Oh my god. And he gives his whole unit +1 to hit. Wait, why does this Snag Claw exist? I guess it's for like high toughness infantry. Like when he hits a Terminator, it might be slightly better. But even then, is it? Maybe. The Beast Chop is just like Is it always better? What is the math hammer on against like a Terminator? Get out of here, stupid pop-ups. So it's 4, 3, 10, 2, 2 into a 5, 3, 2, 4. It does 2 damage. And if we swing with the other weapon, it's -1 to wound, and they get 1 better save, but you have 2 more attacks. Oh, they do the same. What's the point of this fucking stick? All right, well, whatever. But you're fishing for anti-monster vehicles, so 2 more attacks and +1 to hit is just like so much better. You're just going for mortal wounds, so getting 2 additional attacks is just like you just get 2 more damage. I don't know, man. He gets +1. Oh, only when he's leading a unit though. If his unit is dead, then he loses it. So I guess it's specifically in a position where he's fighting a Terminator with a unit, then he does slightly more with the claw, I guess. But if he's by himself, then you always attack with the Beast Choppa, almost regardless of what you're attacking. The Squiggy Sore is he gets heroic intervention for 1 CP, not free. All right. The Beast Choppa anti-monster vehicle 4+. So you could give him Head Wappa's Kill Choppa, and he just has the same weapon as the Beast Boss. And then he also has devastating wounds in the Squigger Sword. Not anti though. Man, this I think I said in my video yesterday about the Death Watch change that I was like, they haven't used the anti plus devastating wounds ability that much. And then this orc index comes out, and like half the codex is devastating plus anti. They have crappy combi weapons that hit on 5s. They have a hazardous custom Mega Blasta. Cute. He's an apothecary for Mega Knobs. That's sweet. And he gives reroll hit rolls of 1 to the unit. That doesn't matter. Okay. Custom force field, keep 4+ invulnerable save. What are his options? He just picks one. You can take the Teleport Blasta or the KFF. The Teleport Blasta. Does that do anything? I guess you can't shoot it into melee. I thought Blast only worked when you rolled a random number of attacks. Is that the first static attack blast weapon? Yeah, I don't think that actually adds to your number of attacks. What the fuck? Well, everything's more lethal because lethal hits is now a keyword. Yeah, that might be a mistake. Maybe it's supposed to be D3 shots or something. That's weird. But at least it prevents him from shooting it into melee. So it's just a debuff. Love that. The Grot Oiler repairs somebody for D3 once per game. That's cute. I kind of like this guy. And he's okay in melee. Well, he's fine. It says different in the footnote, does it? Yeah, I mean the footnote, I don't know. The footnote is questionable whether or not it's actual rules. but because you're determining a result, I think that you have to have rolled a die in order for blast to add to the characteristic. I wish it didn't say that, because I like the idea of static shot blast weapons, and I sort of assumed that that was how they would build it, but then they worded it super, super dumb. A KFF Big Mac, while he's leading unit, you get a 5+ invulnerable save. Once per battle, you can overcharge it to a 4+ invulnerable save. Grot Helper lets you overcharge for an additional time. Start of any phase, that's pretty good. So you can you could like overcharge it in your movement to negate Overwatch, and then you can overcharge it in your opponent's shooting if you have the helper. And he gives reroll hit rolls of 1. Who's the guy who gives +1 to hit for vehicles? I thought those were mechs. Are these different? The shock attack gun's back. D6 +1 blast. Strength 9. It is heavy, so you can hit on 4s. Strength 9 AP 4 D6 damage. It's a fine profile. Reroll hit rolls of 1. In your shooting phase, you can force a battle shock check, and you can re-roll the dice for the number of shots you make once per game. Okay. The boss had big bunka. I love that. +1 leadership within 6. Let's go. It also has a laser beam on it. Yeah. All right. It's firing deck 11. It can transport 11 infantry models. Is it hard to kill? It's a little hard to kill. Also, the fortification rolls, because there's no rules for fortifications in the core rule book, they're actually just regular vehicles, and they deploy like regular vehicles. So you can put it partially behind cover, like a ruin, it gets cover. It's kind of silly. Oh, who can the shortcut attack join? Boys, Ludas, mech guns. That would make sense to me. Blitz Obama does a bomb. Cool. Hey, and then we're on to the Speed Freaks guys. Let's go. I've been playing these guys all day. The Boom Daca Snazwagon super busted. If I know anything, it's that this gun is super dumb, and it always wins. Well, an enemy is within 6 inches of this model, it gets -1 to hit with any attack. Okay, well, that's something. That's actually pretty sweet. The big machine gun is rapid fire 4, sustained 1, but only hits on 5s. I assume that they are individuals now. Yeah, you can't take a billion of these guys. Wow, this is all over the place. We did one plane, we did one buggy, now we're on to Snickrot. Okay, well, so I guess so. While he's leading unit, you get cover all the time. Once per battle, you can deep strike him, and he rerolls wound rolls in melee. Okay. Maybe commandos are great. Let's go find commandos. They're stealth infiltrators, which is already good. You cannot shoot Overwatch at them. All right, well, that's something. Their melee attacks are okay. Power Claws and Big Choppas are fine. Otherwise, they just have normal Choppas. Once per battle in your opponent's shooting phase, you can deploy the distraction grot, and you get a 5+ invulnerable save. That's great. And then once per battle, you can bomb someone within 12. The bomb squig seems great. How many bomb squigs can you have? Just one? Yeah, just one. Sad. I mean, mortal wounds are tough to come by these days, so that seems so solid. All right, commandos. You seem fine. And Snickrot is here, and he gives you cover all the time. But they don't have like double cover, right? So they're just a crappy save. So that's not really a very good ability. And you can re-deep strike them. Yeah, I don't know. It's all right. Zagstruck, I assume can join Stormboys. He can. He gives you +1 to hit. All right, I'm all in. You can reroll charge rolls when you set up from reserve, which you can get a 7-inch charge rerolling, right? Because you can, here we go them. Hi. Hi, kitty. Orc boys, you can destroy bodyguards when you fail battle shock. In your command phase. Oh no. Oh, that's borked. So it only works on non. Oh no. Because they specified a timing, I don't believe this does anything. Unless you take it works against like Shadow in the Warp, but I don't believe that it actually works on your battle shock checks for being below half strength. Because your abilities that resolve in the command phase happen in the command stack before the battle shock step. I don't know if that's intentional. Orc Codex seems like it has some bugs in it, chat. I don't know. Burna boys get rerolls against targets on objective markers. Oh, damn. All right. That's solid. And can the mechs join them? The big mechs join them? They give them rerolls? The Mega Armor guy only joins Mega Knobs. You can join the KFF guy to them. So he can buff like their crappy gun, but he doesn't have a gun, so I don't know. That doesn't seem that great, I guess. Joining a reroll guy to a unit of dudes with flamethrowers doesn't seem that great. But they have their AP2 in melee. Hi. Hi, Inky. Burna boys seem alright. Real strong infantry sweepers. The Burna Bomber removes cover from people. That's only good if your guns are good, if you're not just charging people with stuff. Oh, this is cool. The Daka Jet is rapid fire 2. Oh, but it only has 2 of these guns. Oh, okay. Oh, but it's twin linked, I guess. So it's rapid fire 2. So you're trying to get within rapid fire range. So it shoots 6 times, and then it scores critical hits on 5s because it's a hits on 5s. And then those are sustained, so it doubles the number of hits that it rolls. So it shoots 12 shots. It should get 4 or 5s. And then it sustains those for 8 hits. It's not that much damage, though. It's actually almost negligible damage. It's 8 hits at strength 6 rerolling 1, so it's probably winning like whatever it's shooting it on 5s. And then rerolling because it's twin linked. So maybe you kill like 6 infantry models, or you do 1 damage to a tank. Yeah, I'm not that into it. That's a cool mechanic, but it would be a cool mechanic if it was like the 9th ed one that shoots 30 times, but it shoots 12, so who cares? So the issue is that the command the command substep specifies that if you have rules that resolve in the command phase, you do so in the command step, not in the battle shock step. But it's weird because it triggers on a battle shock step, on a failed battle shock check. Which might be fine. I don't know. That might only like intend to work on triggered abilities, but the problem is that there are abilities that deal battle shock checks in the command step of the command phase. What it should have said is just like you can do it in the you should just say like once per turn or whatever. Who cares? Like, I don't know. They didn't want you to be able to use it on your well, they should have said Battleshock Step like they do for Insane Bravery. It should have exact identical wording to Insane Bravery, but it doesn't is the problem. And they just messed it up. But that's fine. It could get a pretty easy errata. Let's see. Def Dread forces Battleshock checks on people. It gets a bunch of extra attacks, but they're only strength 10. It's like a fine profile, I guess. It's not too exciting though. And their they listed 2+ save is fine. 2+ save is all right. It's not the easiest thing in the game to kill. A 2+6+, yeah. Def kill at Wartrike. Let's go. Well, it's leading a unit, which it can join Warbikes. You get +1 to hit in melee and auto 6 advances for the unit. Ooh, okay. It's fine in melee, but not that great. It also doesn't have assault weapons. So if it advances on the WA turn, it can't shoot its guns, as far as I know, right? WA doesn't give you assault, I assume. It does not. You can only charge, yeah. Rip. That's okay. You're just using it to deliver Warbikers really, really consistently. Where are we at? The Def Coptus. That guy's also really broken in Speed Freaks too. So like, you know, it would make sense that he's pretty good. Def Coptus get a little tiny bomb, and they can take custom Mega Blasters. Custom Mega Blasters are all over the place, and they seem good, but you also don't have like there's very few ways to get rerolls in this faction. Flash gets each time they target the closest eligible target, they get an extra attack. 6, 1, 2, and they can give lethal hits. It's not a very good gun, though. I guess they can hit on 4s, but 6, 1, 2 is not a very good profile. Gazgul Thraka, we saw him on the preview. Does an advance still count if it's adding X to the move characteristic? Yes. Yeah, add X to the move instead of it like rolling just means that you advance a flat distance rather than rolling a d6. Advance rolls just are a move that adds a certain number to your move characteristic while performing the move. Just notice this Gorkanaut has like a huge like assembly scene through the middle, and they just highlighted it perfectly. So like they drew a lot of attention to it, but because it's like an orc vehicle, probably nobody cares. If that was a Space Marine vehicle, somebody would be held to pay for the heavy metal team. The Gorkanaut, 12 toughness. All right, starting strong. 20 wounds. Can move over little stuff, and if you caught a WA, it gets +1 to hit, so it hits on 2s in melee. It strikes with 5 attacks, strength 18, AP 3, 6 damage. Okay, so solid. The Deathstorm Mega Shooter, which it just gets, right? Yeah. It gets that, 2 rocket launches, 2 big shooters, big claw. It shoots 30 times within 18 inches, strength 6, AP 1, 1 damage. And then twin big shooters or a twin link strength 5 gun. Rocket launchers are strength 9, AP 2, 3 damage. This seems okay. It's like kind of tough and punches real hard in melee. That's alright. Gretchen. Have a weird rule about runt herds. Okay. I guess you need that. I guess they don't have mixed toughness characteristics in the rulebook right now. The start of your command phase, roll a d6 for each objective marker you control that has 1 or more units from your army with this ability in range. You get a CP on a 4+. Oh, that seems solid. I actually love that. Yeah, this unit it seems like a 0 to 1. You just use them as your backline objective holders. They're OC2 as well. Pretty good. The big rigs are vehicles still. We kind of weirdly not not monsters, despite the fact that like half the model is a big squig. The big stick of cannon is anti-monster, anti-vehicle 2+, but they don't have any they don't have any rerolls. They get +2 to charge against monsters' vehicles if they hit them, but you're just rolling on a 5. Okay. You don't die as often when you bail out, and they have a bunch of attacks. Yeah, I don't know. These things like don't seem that great. Badrook joins flash kits and gives them reroll hits. All right, now we're talking. That makes their dead gun a little bit better. And he himself has like a kind of nice plasma gun. It's 3 damage instead of 2. Well, an enemy unit is within 6. You get -1 toughness. But it's of Badrook himself, and it is only infantry. Yeah, I guess like flash kits are pushing to be like the anti-medium infantry. They want to kill intercessors all day. Like reduce them to toughness 3 and then win them on 2s and reroll hits. Like hopefully hitting on 5s or on 4s because they stand still. The regular kill rig. The regular kill rig also has the stick cannon, so it's just a straight. It's like a strict upgrade to the Hunter. Wild. And the war tower is basically the same as it was, which is great. Start of the fight phase, you can select an orc unit within 12. On a 2+, add +1 to the strength characteristic of melee weapons. On a 6, add +1 strength. And grant them lethal hits. And it could just choose itself. So it can go to strength like 9 and 10. With Lance. Well, feels like it's kind of still the kill rig show, to be fair. It's not a character anymore, though, so you don't assassinate on it, but also you can't give it upgrades, which is a little sad. How does the World Tower have Hazardous and Torrent? Because it's like a psychic attack, right? So he's like, if he could blow his head up when he shoots it. Oh, do they not transport anymore? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they transport. Does the Hunter transport more? Yeah, I guess it transports like 2 units instead of 1. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Use that extra space to transport a psychic dude around. Killicans can roll a d6 each time they're selected to shoot. On a 1, the nearest other friendly unit within orc unit within 12 invisible. So for d3 mortal wounds, they just shoots. They shoot someone on a 2+ until the end of the phase. They get ignore cover. That is a good ability right there. That's great. They have devastating wounds on their shootas. What the fuck is this weapon? They have the shoota and the claw, and they can replace the shoota with a rocket launcher. Just D3 shot blast or a Gradzuka. Yeah, I think you just take rocket launches, right? The can shoota only shoots 5 times within 18, which is not great. And you can, if you mech these guys, you can give them +1 to hit, right? So they can hit on 3s. I guess the downside is like you have to be within 3 inches to mech them, and then they probably shoot that guy if they try to ignore cover. Killicams seem unironically pretty good, but that ability is great. They're just letting rockets all loose all over the place. Just it doesn't matter who they hit. Commandos we already looked at. Boosta Blasta, my favorite vehicle out of Speed Freaks. The Rivet Cannon, it's all right. It's at least is an assault weapon. It's got some exhausts. Oh, excuse me. If you hit someone with a Rivet Cannon, you can suppress them. It's okay, I guess. They need to be able to jump over walls like they can in Speed Freaks, and then I think we're talking. Ludas, they get reroll hits against enemies on objective markers. Okay. What are those? Their loadout? 1 to 3 Spanas, 4+ looters. And they have def guns, which are 8 AP1, 2 damage. Heavy rapid fire 1. If they were strength 9, I think we'd be talking. Strength 8 is a little awkward. You can give them like rerolls with the mechs and stuff. I don't know if it's worth it though. You should get VP for doing sick flips. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Grotznik gives 5+ Feel No Pain. That's pretty good. And he could just attach to boys and make them fall back in charge, which is kind of whatever. Mega Knobs, when you call the want, they get devastating wounds in melee with twin-linked kill saws. Everything hits on 4s though. Blah. Blah. 4+ the hit sucks. And I guess once we get to the war bosses, we can see what mega bosses do. Mega Track Scrap Jet. Every time you end a charge move, he does impact attacks. He's got 1 billion missiles. Twin big shooters. D6 + 1, strength 9, AP2, 3 damage, plus 1 wing missile. So really D6 + 2, but one of them blasts. And he's alright at melee. Scrapjet still probably the better of the buggies. Not quite as like supporty as the other ones, but he does kind of sweet damage. The regular mech. While within 3 inches of a vehicle, it gets an operative, and you get +1 to hit on a vehicle within 3. How many kilocans can we take in a unit, by the way? Is it 3? Oh, it's 6. So you could have 6 kilocans shooting rocket launches, hitting on 3s, ignoring cover, potentially. Or they just like shoot their mech and kill him. That's like pretty sick, right? You might not shoot his big gun if you accidentally shoot him with a grot with a Kelican unit, because he could kill himself. It's like because you can shoot the wing missile somewhere else, right? Is the like in theory, but you probably won't. Mech guns is 1 to 3. They get reroll hit rolls of 1 against big units. Shoot a bunch of different bubble chukka guns. This profile is kind of sick, to be fair. D3 shot, strength 12, AP 3, D6 + 3 damage at 48-inch range. And they're vehicles, right? So you could just pump them with +1 with a mech. Tractor cannons, strength 10, AP2, D6 + 1, anti-fly devastating wounds. Just pull planes out of the sky. Adorable. Or custom mega cannon, which is hazardous for some reason, because I guess you said they blow themselves up sometimes. That one doesn't seem that great. You think you just play bubble chukkas? Oh, but do you have to roll? Oh yeah, before selecting targets, roll D6. It's not a it's not a standard profile. I see what's up. I see what's up. Compare the result with the number shown on the left. It is fortunately before selecting targets, so you don't know. So if you shoot the blast, you could shoot an infantry unit or something. That makes it scary. I think you do pick per gun though, right? Or you do roll per gun, so you may, like, theoretically you'll get multiple of the same one, or you'll get like an even distribution over the course of the game, so they'll at least 30% of the time shoot with the sweet D6 plus 3 damage gun. Yeah, if you rolled after selection, that'd be so bad. Just terrible. That might be okay. I don't really love the Mega Cannon. D6 is like, D6 hazardous is kind of weird. AP2 is like a little poopy. That's maybe fine. Maybe it's fine. I just like, I want to live the dream of shooting dense bubble chukka bubbles at people, just like vaporizing tanks with them because they're such a good profile. But you maybe just take the Mega Cannon with that in mind. Yeah, it used to be like 2d6 strength, right? It was like so bad. You would just roll randomly all the time. Sometimes you would roll 12, and sometimes you would roll 2 and win everything on 6s. Morkanot. He gets a big Zappa. D6 plus 3 shots, strength 10, AP 2, D6 damage. It's all right. It kind of feels like, I don't know. Well, because you can take mechs and give +1 to hit to these guys, which is only ranged attacks, right? Any attack. He gives you +1 to hit in melee. Oh, boy. Does he have less attacks than the Gorkanaut, though? He sure does. Is he, like, higher AP? Nope, he just has less attacks. But he gets +1 to hit if you called a Wa with guns. So he can't stack that with the mech. What does the other one get? Melee attacks. Huh. Okay. So he's the shootier guy. But, like, I think you're just going to staple a mech to these guys anyway if you're taking them, right? So, like, I don't really know if you... Like, you think getting +1 to hit on 1 turn seems like sort of lost efficiency. I guess your mech can choose something else that turn, but that feels a little bit awkward. I don't know. Maybe Stompers are sweet. Mech buff Stompa? Yeah, it's certainly what it feels like. We haven't gotten to the Stompa yet, but I imagine he's, like, kind of dumb. Maz Rog Scragbad gets +1, 2 damage against monsters and vehicles, +2 to damage against Titanic. He criticals on 5+ on himself. And he doesn't join units? Oh, no. He's just a guy? He's just a T10 idiot with a 4+ a vulnerable save. Oh, okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. I guess he scores critical wounds on 5-ups with the chompy jaws that do mortals. So you're assuming he'll probably get 1 set of 4 mortals with that. And then he's anti-monster, anti-vehicle, and he goes to 4 damage, but he's only AP 1. It's probably fine, right? He probably clocks a vehicle for like 7 or 8, maybe. Or not 8. He probably hits for 4 mortals and then converts like 2 regular attacks. So he probably hits for like 12. Yeah. This guy actually seems unironically pretty good. The only sad part is that AP 1, but like whatever. He's basically just +1 to wound against vehicles. Yeah, he's just a bro. He's like move 10, advance and charge, T10, 4+ invuln, 4+ feel no pain. So he actually has like 18 wounds or something. Yeah, this guy actually seems like kind of nutty. The more I think about it. Mazrog Scragbad, you silly goose. During the battle round in which you call a Wa, the knob on Smash the Squig has anti-monster and anti-vehicle 3+. And you can give him the devastating wounds sword, right? Oof. Yuck. He only hits on 3s at least. That's good. And he jumps into Squighog Boys. Is that better than the Squighog boss, though? I don't know. Wa Banner Knob. Start of the battle round, he can give you the benefits of the Wa as if you had Wad. Well, that's cool. So you get another like set of advance and charge. So this guy comes in with the second wave. You have the fast dudes on wave 1, and then these guy comes in with like 20 orc boys, and it's like, let's go, advance and charge. That sounds a little bit difficult to keep track of because one of your units randomly gets the 5+ invulnerable another turn, right? Knobs get -1 to be wounded while a war boss is leading the unit. So they just have a better version of the bodyguard rule, but I guess that makes the like T5 4+ save go a little bit farther. They have lethal hits, which awkwardly do not count, like do not combo well with devastating wounds. It's actually a really bad combination of abilities. I don't know about that. They're also kind of pillow-fisted in melee. Oh, this Squig. Oh, did I just like misremember the Squig Hog boss? Where's that guy? He's up here, right? Oh yeah, yeah. He's like a T10 guy too. He's like Mazrog Scragbad. The Beast boss can though, right? Yeah, he joins Beast Tank Boys. Okay, so only the Smash Knobs join the Squig Hogs. Oh, but he has an aura. That's, I guess, also why he has a reduced cost on heroic intervention. I get it. I get it. So you for sure give this guy the devastating wounds sword for sure. And then the Squig Knob is just like a guy. Where did I lose that guy? Where'd he go? Squig Hogs. Where are the knobs at? There they are. He gives +1 to hit to the unit. So I guess, yeah, if you take like a big brick of Squig Hog Boys and then you add the knob to them. He's like fine at fighting, I guess. He's almost as good at fighting as Mazrog. He has the 1 less attack. I guess he's 1 less to hit too. And less damage because if he targets vehicles. Oh no, he hits the same because if he's in a unit, because he hits on 2s. And then he gets less damage, but he has anti-monster vehicle on a 3. So like he's actually kind of a side grade. Just a little bit weird. He's certainly worse, but not like wildly worse. But Mazrog Scragbad does not have the cool aura. He's just a big punchy guy. But he is a beast snagga. So if you also have the Squig boss, he'll also get reroll charges. So it kind of feels like you just take all of them. We're just all in on Beast Snagga boys today. This boat codex feels like Codex Beast Snag is way more than the last one did somehow. They've made like half of the Beast Snagga boy units unplayable, but these ones seem real good. Real good. Pain boss gives a 5+ feel no pain, just like the Mad Doc Grotznick. And he can heal a character. Not infantry character. Why is it only beast snaggas? Are pain bosses beast snagga guys? I guess they are. Oh my god. So he can heal the Smasha guys? Oh my god. What? A stupid plague surgeon can't heal Mortarion, but you can heal like the 4+ feel no pain, like dumbass surfer dude. What? That's nutso. That's nutso. Pain boy gives 5+ feel no pain, just like the other guy. He can do mortal wounds when he does a critical wound. I guess on anti-infantry, 4+. Just stab a character. Pop him like a balloon. Boop. That's pretty good. This guy kind of slaps real hard. The Squig Buggy. Does it heal nearby vehicles? No, but it gets +1 to hit against infantry. Of course, you can heal the shark with the lawnmower engine in it. Bizarre. I think the Riptide was missing anti-infantry on its burst cannon, anti-vehicle on its ion cannon. You'd think so, right? This faction, this Orks are just like everything's anti-something. It's fucking wild. Orks like push the anti-X ability. Hi, Inky. Orks push the anti whatever ability like so far. Hey, girl, we're talking about Orks today. What do you think? What do you think, Inky? Oh, she's gone. That's a little bit of a cameo. Squigmine does D6 mortal wounds. Oh, within 3 inches. Yeah, whatever. It's all right at fighting, I guess. You get +1 to hit against infantry. We're close to done with this codex. We'll push through the last couple. The shock jump dragsta is only strength 8. And it can advance and jump around, but then it can't shoot its guns, so it's kind of whatever. I don't love that. Seems way worse than the rocket car. The Squighog boys, here we are. They have a built-in 5+ feel no pain. You can ignore any or all modifiers to their move characteristic and tend to advance and charge rolls. They have a bomb squig. They're anti-monster vehicle 4+. Oh my god. The Sticka is anti-monster vehicle 4+ and lance. I guess so they lost like their +1 to hit against monsters and vehicles, but they get +1 to hit from the knob, so it doesn't really matter. And they're lance against non-monster vehicles. These seem real good, chat. Hey, Big Stompa! Here we are. Is a 2+ armor, so basically means a 1+ armor. There's a 6+ invulnerable save. That's not necessary. There's like never a weapon profile that needs that, but maybe you get shot by a railgun and you forgot to be in cover or whatever. You get +1 at battle shock checks within 12, already good. Move over small stuff. It is OC 12, okay. And it can... What is it? What? It just doesn't have any weapon options, right? So it just has all of these guns. Big shooters, kind of whatever. The Def Cannon, strength 14, AP 3d6 damage, 3d6 shots, blasting. And these are all going to hit on 4s, probably. The Super Gatlas, strength 7, AP 1, 2 damage, sustain 1. And the rockets are D6, strength 12, AP 3, D6 +2. Jesus Christ. This guy's so sick. Plus he hits for 10 damage in melee. Yeah, Stompa seem unironically actually kind of good, chat. It's you gotta staple a mech to them. They transport, right? Yeah, they transport infantry, so you can like, I don't know. You can't charge after disembarking, right? Because he doesn't have like a assault ramp ability. But you can just start a bunch of orc boys inside him and deploy him on the line, and then like disembark, advance, charge, which seems good. It could be 1,000 points. It seems unlikely, but I'm feeling a strong 700 for this guy. Storm boys can declare an advance and charge, but they lose 1/6 of their models. Oh, they take mortal wounds. Their boss knobs are still 2 wounds. It's kind of wild. They still have like orcs, unlike everyone else. Orcs get unit champions. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Inky's back. What are you doing, girl? Yeah, just trying to play with my mouse? No. Oh, I've lost my place. There it is. Tank Bustas. +1 to hit and +1 to wound against monsters and vehicles. But awkwardly, if they do that, they can't do that inside of a transport. What are you doing, cat? Jesus Christ. And their anti-vehicle 4+ devastating with the tank hammer. That's kind of cute. And also hit on 2s. So the tank hammer is actually kind of rock. Trucks are firing deck 12. Love that. And they regenerate like rhinos do. And carry 12 infantry. War bikes. So these guys get auto 6 advances with the Death Killer War Trike. So they go super fast. Plus the War Trike's actually kind of sweet because he's got a huge base. So you can chain a bunch of war bikes on him to fight off of. So I think that unit's actually kind of sweet. No knob bikers, I assume, right? Yeah. Yeah, we went through the knob stuff already, so that would have had it. If they target a unit within 9, they get +1 AP. And their weapons are fine. They're AP to assault weapons, so they can advance. They can shoot on the move. The war boss gives +1 to hit in melee. And he gets +4 attacks of all of his melee weapons. So that includes the squig, too. He gets 6 out of the squig. And then 4 or 8 out of the claws. He's probably in claws because he hits on 2s if he's in a unit. I don't know if you even take these guys, though. Like, the war bosses seem great. At least this guy makes mega knobs kind of, like, not terrible. He needs an ability where he can attach alongside a big mech, though. It's kind of an issue that the big mech adds to a unit and increases their survivability, but their damage output sucks because they can't hit for shit if you take him. So it's weird that, like, they don't have a... Because he doesn't have that clause, right? I wish these didn't take so long to load. That is this guy? Yeah. Yeah, he just attaches like a normal character, so that sucks. I think it's not super surprising that nothing has assault ramp, right? Because like everything advanced charges already. I think it'd be kind of nutty if you could. Well, maybe it wouldn't be super silly. It just feels like it's unnecessary, right? Like you could assault ramp, or you could just move the same distance the transport would have moved normally. I guess they want you to have to declare the WA the turn that you commit, so that you don't just like, get to save it until later. So you could be like, oh, I move all my vehicles and then disembark and charge, and then we WA later. So you just like push the aggression super far, or vice versa. I think they want you to get one turn of having long threat range, and then otherwise that's it. Wazbomb rerolls hit rolls of 1 against non-flyers. It has a mega cannon, which is the one it's a similar profile to the one we saw earlier, but it's only D3 shots. But it is twin linked. Okay. Or it takes the teleport blast, which has a crappy AP, and you probably won't play. Also, it hits harder, or does it has a crappy ballistic skill? So you can, if you have a mech, you can get this guy to hit on 3s. You probably won't, though, because you have to reinforce them. So actually, this is probably dead on arrival. This gun profile is okay, but hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s, it's kind of all over the place. And it has how many super shooters? We can just take 1. Well, at least it's kind of accurate. The weird boy we've seen in the preview. The Whir Boy. While he's leading a unit, add +2 to the characteristic of his Eyes of Mork for every 5 models in the unit. So it's D6 +2, but it gets hazardous while he's 10 or more models. D6 plus 2 in a 10 model unit. D6 was 4 in a bigger unit. Not blast, weirdly. And you grant an enemy -2 leadership. Yeah, who cares? I don't know about that guy. I think you just take the punchy characters. The punchy characters seem like the way to go for sure. Zodgrod Wartsnaga can join probably Gretchen. Is he a Gretchen guy? He's like a big runt herd. You grant Scout 9 inches, +1 to hit and +1 to wound, and -1 to wound on your own unit. And you add 6 inches to the move characteristic when you call a Wa. So you can go 12 plus D6 and then charge. This guy actually seems kind of all right. If he's not too expensive, I feel like you take 2 units of Gretchen and one has him in it, because you can scout move onto the onto your far corner objective, or like run them away so they don't get killed on turn 1, and then you get 2 chances at the 4+ command point on turn 1, and otherwise like they can just push really hard. That actually doesn't seem that bad. The Mech Boy Workshop gives cover. All parts must be set up within 1 inch of another part. At the end of your movement phase, each orc vehicle within 12 can regain D3 lost wounds once per turn. That's actually is that okay? Is that not bad? You get cover on a stick, right? You can like kind of compact it into a small area if you want to. Your opponent can shoot it, but I don't think they want to, because they want to shoot at the vehicles that it's constantly healing. And it stacks with the mech repair, so you can repair 2D3 onto like a Stampa. If it's cheap, this might actually like unironically be not too bad. Did I look at the composition and weapons of tank bustas? We looked at the weapon profiles, but we didn't look at the unit composition sheet. Where are those guys at? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, it's just a 5 model unit. Is that based on what's in the kit? That must be based on what's in the kit, right? Oh, yeah, they're like are they a crappy fine cast? I love that for them. Yeah, a crappy fine cast kit. Love that. Well, that's kind of unfortunate for everyone who has missile launcher tank bustas. Unironically, chat, orcs seem great. Cost permitting, I guess. Like, that is another unit. That is another army that tends to like rely on a critical mass of units. So if their stuff is too expensive, they're probably not amazing. But like, they have so many fast, like legitimately lethal characters in melee that it feels like they can just like turn 1 push you super fucking hard and then you die. But we'll see. I feel like you windmill slam like the biker unit with the kill rig. You drop like the 2 big beast snagga dudes. You drop like the big knob squad and then like a couple Gretchen squads, and then whatever else is the rest is like boys and transports. And you just like turn 1 Wa basically every time. because you don't know what your opponent's going to do, and then like push through the mid board, or maybe like top 2, and then push through the mid board with like a ton of squig boys and just wreck people. Especially because you can get -1 to be wounded on a stick, so like your army's actually kind of unironically hard to kill. Stupid that orc leaders can't multi-joint units. Yeah, I mean honestly, like I don't know. Space Marines, like they sort of did it again where they designed mechanics around Space Marines, and Space Marines got like the best version of them. There's like so many. The leader mechanic is like kind of lazily implemented across the board, where there's like a lot of units that I think need multi characters to work, and they just didn't really like update them in a way that's like good. I don't know. It is what it is. All right, Necrons I think is what people are pushing me towards, so we'll hit up Necrons next. Talks about reanimation protocols. You get D3 wounds back, and if you are already fully healed, you get a dude back, or more if you're like a Necron warrior. And you get +1 to hit while you have a leader attached. It looks like their command protocols are all stratagems. So they get Eternal Guardian returns a character to life. Just for free, like automatically, you don't have to roll anymore. Love that. That's stratagem was kind of stupid. You had to roll. But fortunately, they're not like an obsec unit now, so they don't just like steal objectives from you randomly, so that's good. Hungry Void, +1 to strength. If you have a character leading, you also get +1 AP. That might be okay, depending on what your strength value is. Conquering Tyrant. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in your unit makes an attack that targets a unit within half of the firing weapon's range, reroll the wound roll. Okay. Fuck. If a character is leading the unit, that it instead applies to your full range instead. We just be in Chaos Space Marines over here? Just like pay a CP, I'm a reroll? What the fuck? Okay. Well, that's already good. Undying Legions. You reanimate protocols immediately. If you have a character, you get D3 +1. And if you're like a warrior unit, you get a billion million dudes back, right? You get like D3 plus, I guess D3 +3, right? Vengeful Stars. You give it a reactive shot if a character is leading your unit, you can ignore cover. Oh my god, these stratagems are nuts. They're also all 1 CP. Holy shit. Get Assault. If you have a character, you can reroll advanced rolls in the movement phase. You have to pick in the movement phase. Oh my god. Veil of Darkness. Once per battle at the end of your movement phase, you can pick a unit up and drop them, and then you can reroll everything forever for like 2 CP. Let's go. Sovereign Coronal. That's a cool name. While a friendly Necrons unit is within 6 of the bear, it counts as being led by a character model. Yeah, those designers note. Please don't tell your opponent that you count as being led by like some nutty special character. Hyper Material Ablator. Well, the bear is leading a unit. Models in the unit have stealth. Love that. And you get benefits of cover outside 12. Already good. Sempiternal Weave, 4+ feel no pain. I mean, I guess that's important for anti-precision stuff. Imhotep the Swarmlord, or the Stormlord, we already saw. He's basically the Swarmlord, though, right? Because you get a CP at the start of each command phase. It's just how it goes. And then he can blow up some mortal wounds once per battle within 12. Just orbital strikes on himself. Love it. Orican the Diviner. Grants a 4+ invulnerable save. Okay. It's already good. Once per battle, at the start of the fight phase, he can triple the attack and strike characteristic of his own weapon. And every successful wound roll scores a critical. So he attacks 6 times. At least he still hits on 3s, but it's... Well, actually, he probably... Yeah, he hits on 2s, I guess, if he's in a unit. Jesus. So he's 6 attacks, hitting on 2s, strength 12, that just deal D3 mortal wounds each time. So he just, like, dumpsters a tank once per turn, or once per game. He's just like, bloop, take 9 mortal wounds. Your opponent's like, why? Why are you like this? That's not so. And Rakir the Traveler, you get +1 to wound. Each time a model in the unit makes an attack, not a melee attack, just any attack. Oh my god. At the start of your opponent's shooting phase, selects one enemy vehicle. It can mess people up if you're playing vehicles. Okay. Oberon. Grants Vice first. That's good. When he's in the same unit as Nemesaur Zandric, which he can join alongside, he grants him 4+ feel no pain. His War Scythe is devastating wounds precision, which seems fine. That's actually very good against characters. Where's Zandric? Let's find him. Oh yeah, he's the Lord of the Furian Legions, right? While he's leading a unit at the start of your command phase, roll 1d6 at the start of your next until the start of your next command phase. You gain either sustain 1 lethal hits or devastating wounds. Oh my god! Once per battle, after your opponent uses a stratagem, you can use this ability. Oh, he Agents of Vex you. See, this is what they should have shown. This is what they should have shown us in the Necron article. They're like, guys, you get +1 to hit on your units when you attach on your crappy units. We showed off our Necron warriors are super mediocre. You know, when you attach a character and you're like, okay, what do the characters do? And they're like, oh no, we're not going to tell you because these characters are nuts. Oh my god. Jesus. Just realized they showed off Kalyan and Monka, but they only gave index Kalyan. They did not show off a Monka index, chat. They have never done that, to my knowledge. Jesus Christ. Might just be a Necron player now. I don't know. Ceres. Well, within 3 inches of another Necron unit, he has lone operative. Not infantry, just anything. Well, a friendly... he's T8, 9 wounds with a 4+ feel no pain. Jesus Christ. Okay. He's also pretty good at shooting and fighting. Strength 9, AP 3, 3 damage. Okay. While a friendly Necron battle line unit is within 6 inches, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, improve the armor penetration characteristic by 1. And each time an attack targets that unit, worsen the armor penetration characteristic by 1. That's a cool ability. That's really, really good, though. It is only battle line, so it's like warriors and immortals, right? Eh. If you're taking big warrior bricks, which seem like they're going to be strong, then that can be good. The end of the fight phase. If this model destroyed 1 or more models this phase until the end of the battle, add 3 inches to the range of its ability, which is fine. I guess end of battle, but only if he kills somebody in melee, which is probably going to be late game. He's not that fast. Necrons aren't known for their super speed. Trazen! While he's leading a unit, it gets objective secured. At the end of your command phase, if he's on the battlefield, you can select another infantry character, excluding Scorpic or Epic heroes. The selected model is destroyed, and this model is put in its place with all of its wounds remaining. So he can just jump to another character, into another character if he wants to. But it's not when he dies. It's just in your command phase if he's on the battlefield. So once he dies, he's dead forever in real life. Royal Warden. While he's leading a unit, Weapons equipped have heavy and assault. That's already great. And he can chaplain people. He's got a pretty sweet gun, too. 2 damage, lethal hit, rapid fire 2, so it shoots 4 times at 12 inches. He can't double join people, though, right? No. He can't like, lieutenant into squads. The Scorpic Lord grants lethal hits in melee, and he does an impact attack. And he's strength 10, AP 3, 3 damage. That's pretty good. The Locust Lord gives criticals on 5s. I have a sneaking suspicion Locust Destroyers are sustained hits. Or maybe lethals? Are they lethal, chat? He can get a 5+ feel no pain. You can activate reanimation protocols at the end of your command phase, your opponent's command phase, in addition to the end of your command phase. Oh boy. But otherwise, he is fine at attacking people. If you shoot people below half strength, you get full rerolls against them. It's a little win more. The Lord gives +1 move to a unit, and you can use stratagems on it even when it's battle shocked. Who cares? You suck. The Command Barge is T8, 9 wounds. No lone operative, though. It's just a guy. Just chilling. Advanced Quantum Shielding is the new transhuman, it looks like. He has a 4+ invulnerable save. And he can resurrect one unit within 6, infantry or mounted, at the end of your opponent's command phase. The Overlord, it has rights of battle. Sick. All those stratagems are nuts, so you're going to use that constantly. He himself is -1 damage. And he has a resurrection, or he can take a resurrection orb, I guess. And that, like, the Lords don't double join, right? Yeah. I don't think you're gonna trade I don't think you're gonna trade +1 movement for for rights of battle. It seems pretty good. Technomancers, but these guys can double join. With Royal Wardens or Nobles, which is most of the guys. Yeah, all the big characters. Special characters? Yeah. The Technomancer gives 5+ feel no pain. Can you put them with, like, Orican the Diviner? Is he a noble? Oh, no, he is a Cryptech. Okay. I see. So you either get a 5+ feel no pain or you get a 4+ vulnerable save. Honestly, a 4+ vulnerable save seems pretty good. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, these leader units are sick. He can heal any Necron model within 3 inches. All right. Can grab Canoptic units +1 to hit. Psychomancer reduces leadership and makes people take battle shock checks. Sorry, Psychomancer. You are not quite a Technomancer, my guy. Chronomancer gives you -1 to be hit. And after his unit has shot, it can make a normal move of up to 5 inches. Oh my god. Well, maybe we're on Chronomancers now. Do the Technomancers join Lich Guard units? That does seem good. They do. Yeah, well, that's a wombo combo right there. Plasmancer gets everybody critical hits on 5s. And you can do a mortal wound to somebody. Oh, for each model in the unit. On a 6, you do a mortal wound. It's all right. That's good for like 2 or 3 mortals sometimes. Kind of in on this Chronomancer, giving people Fire and Fade. That's pretty good. Also, his -1 to hit affects all attacks, not just ranged attacks. All right. Necron Warriors, we've seen them. They regenerate 1 billion times, and you can take up to 20, which is amazing. I'm actually kind of into the Gauss Flayers now. No, they're only AP0. Just kidding. I'm not into that. You probably take Reapers. And you just put a character in, then you full reroll them. And like hit on 5s and stuff. I don't know. That seems great. Immortals gets reroll wounds against people on objectives. But you could just pay a CP for reroll wounds. And their gun only shoots 2 times. Yeah, I'm not sure I love Immortals, honestly. T5, yeah. You can take 5s, though, so that's the benefit, is you can take smaller units. Reanimator, well, a friendly Necron unit is within 12. Each time its reanimation protocols activate, it reanimates an additional D3. Oh, boy. Well, way to make Reanimators amazing. So you can reanimate... You can reanimate Necron Warriors when they're attacked, right? So D3 plus 3 plus D3. Then in your command phase, so another 2d3 plus 3. Then in your opponent's command phase for another 2d3 plus 3. So you can reanimate them for like 6d3 plus 9. So basically, like, if they have 1 Necron Warrior left, the whole unit reanimates back to full, is basically what I'm trying to say. That's pretty good. Hexmark Destroyers can fire Overwatch for 0. Each time an enemy unit targets a Necron unit within 3 inches, he can shoot them. Lichguard are -1 to be wounded, while a Noble is joining them. Man, poor Death Guard players. All their abilities just, like, are better in every other faction. I guess their sword isn't that great. That's fine, I guess. So they're not, like, the greatest thing at fighting. Do they all take 1 weapon or another? Yeah. Each have their war scythe replaced with their sword. But you can also put Resurrection Orbs in them, right? So that would be wild if Overlords couldn't join this unit. Lichguard. Who can join Lichguard? All the characters? That's a lord. We don't care about him. Tradesman can. Sandrick can. Saros is a lone operative. Oberon can. Yeah, so you can, like, supercharge their melee with a bunch of characters in them. They, like, hit on 2s and get lethal hits and or devastating and stuff. And fight first. Ew. Necrons make precision worth it? Yeah, until they spend 1 CP for 0. Oh, they reanimate for 0 with their Rites of Battle guy. Right? Like, I don't know. The fact that they can auto-reanimate is actually kind of nutty, but you might be right. You just epic duel this army and then, like, they fall apart. Death marks can intercept. Interestingly, it seems like you could intercept and then overwatch them, right? But the intercept's better. The Disintegrator's a strength 5 sniper rifle. That's pretty solid. Flayed ones are infiltrators. They auto-critical on units below half strength. So you shoot them first, and the flayed ones like finish them off, I guess. It seems good in melee, especially against infantry. Strength 4 is not great. AP 1's not great, but Twin Linked is. And they basically Tesla, or they like explode hits against wounded units or below half strength units. Cryptothralls get a 4+ damage ignore. And you can join a unit being led by a Cryptech unit. Oh my god. So you can just like, you can have like a 24 model unit of guys. I guess like you can add Cryptechs to Lich Guard, right? And these, this is weird. So they attach, right? I guess they don't attach like a character, so they don't contribute their abilities to the unit that they join, which is good, because otherwise they would give Lichguard like a 3+ fight on death. I think that must only apply to the Cryptothralls, right? I wish they had said like each time a Cryptothrall is destroyed by a melee attack. That's a little confusing. But if you're already like supercharging a unit to be really good in melee, you kind of might as well play these guys, right? Yeah. Yep. Might have to see points too. Like these characters could all be 100 points, and suddenly this faction doesn't look quite as powerful. If they have to like overpay for everything. This does feel like the one faction that can go into the middle of the table and actually stick around for a while, though. Like looking at Marines and all these other factions, you're just like, well, it's a game about killing your opponent until they can't kill you anymore. But Necrons do seem like the one where they may be able to just tank for a little while and hang out. Scorpic Destroyers. Ignore modifiers to weapon skill characteristic. Okay. Whatever. Once per battle for each plasma site in the unit, you can gain devastating wounds, which is good because their swords are not that great. But the Scorpic Lord gives them a buff, right? Oh, he gives them lethal hits. Well, that's anti-synergistic. Well, I don't know. Maybe Scorpics are, they've had their time in the sun. It's time for them to go away. Well, anyway. The Triarch Stalker, when he shoots someone, you can ignore cover. Love that. That's a solid unit. Probably slot him in there. He also has a laser beam. Melta 4, okay. Deceiver Shard. This redeployment still need an FAQ. Whether or not it happens in the pre-battle step is questionable. They have damage targeting them. That's pretty good. And he's pretty good against characters, kind of. Deceiver has a big gun. Just a laser beam for a gun. They have damage. They're 12 wounds. Jesus Christ. Okay. I guess they're kind of slow. And they reanimate, so that's like pretty good. At the end of the fight phase, he stomps on a 4+. And then he's like a big D6 damage devastating wound guy. All right. Void Dragon is anti-vehicle 2+. I think we saw his spear already, right? And at the start of your shooting phase, he eats wounds off of vehicles. Yeah, the Catan shards do seem good. Transcendent Catan stick around. Kind of interesting. You could advance and jump him around, which is good because he can also shoot when he advances, but his gun is kind of whatever. They're great in melee, though. 8 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 9 AP, 3d6 damage. That's solid. That's a good profile right there. Can you use reanimators with Catan? I believe so. I think it's... Or do reanimators specify battle line? Where is it? Unit. Is that you? Yeah. Nope, just every Necron unit. Yep. So you can, for sure, use them to heal Catan shards. So it feels like it's way different. The Catan shards are it's the resorb on the command barge that you can target the battle line with, but the reanimators anything. Yeah, reanimators feel like you just a must have, right? But the play pattern with Catan shards feels much different because you like instead of killing them slowly over the course of like a battle round or two, you now have to just kill them in one go because otherwise they'll just heal themselves. Also, they don't degrade. They take half damage from everything and then don't lose. They don't get -1 to hit. Also, interestingly, they're like invuln save and half damage, but no, like their armor's not that good. So just like they're just demons basically. You just shoot them with a bunch of 1 damage attacks. Eventually they die. Although T11 makes that tough. Is for sure a Necron, right, chat? Oh, they don't have reanimation protocols. Oh, you're right. It's not baked in. Oh, these ones do. Oh, so the Catan shard specifically does not. All right, yeah, well, fair enough. That's weird. Why is that the case? I don't know. Bizarre. Ophidians can tunnel and have mediocre melee attacks. Tomb Blades are -1 to be hit. And Scout, which is great. Necrons have forward operators now, too. Oh my god. Crazy. How many can you take? 6, though. Not 9 anymore. Triarch Praetorians. You can charge when you fall back. But their melee is not that great. And it doesn't look like any characters can join them, so they just like don't get any of the cool faction buffs. Oh, they hit on 2s in melee at least. With their particle casters. Yeah. Whatever. Wraiths can bomb people. That's kind of cute. Annihilation Arcs. Explode people for D3 mortals. On the 5+, you take D3 on the target and everyone within 3 of them. That seems real good. Oh, their guns are bad, though. Ugh. The Doomsday Arc, on the other hand, its gun is really good. Man, I would give like my left nut for this gun in Tyranids. Holy crap. What? A high volume gun that shoots good damage instead of like low volume garbage? Yeah, so the Gauss cannons have lethal hits. So when you attach the Locust Lord, they get auto hits on 5s. And they reroll hit rolls of 1 against the closest eligible. Now, heavy destroyers are up to 3, but Locust destroyers can no longer equip heavy destroyers. So they can't take the big cannon guys inside their unit, which is a little bit weird. I guess, I mean, it was kind of weird because if you played the new Locust Heavy Destroyer models with the old Locust Destroyers, they looked very strange. They did not look like the same unit. But the Locust Heavy Destroyers are still a 1 to 3, so you can still take them to like just do utility stuff and also have a sweet gun. Yeah, the Destructor is lethal hit. Strength 14, AP 4, 6 damage. And they reroll wounds of 1 against monsters or vehicles. Can the Locust Lord, I assume, doesn't join those guys, does he? Oh, he sure does. Well, mistakes were made. And if you target somebody below half strength, you reroll hits and wounds. So they become extremely consistent. Jeez. Doomstalker. Overwatch is on 5s. Still hits on 4s, though. I guess it is Canoptech, so you can give it +1 to hit with the Technomancer, but he's got a little baby Doomsday cannon. It's nice that he is actually a different gun now. He's not just like a worse version of the Doomsday Arc, or sometimes a better version, depending on the meta. T8, 12 wounds, 4 plus invuln. Yeah, that's not even like that good of a gun, to be fair. Ghost Arc. After someone shoots you, you can reanimate Necrons within 3 inches of it. So I guess the play pattern is you're supposed to disembark the Ghost Arc and then have the Necron stand next to it and reanimate infinite times. It does make 10 Necron Warriors kind of tough to kill if you don't one-shot them, because they're just reanimating like D3 plus 3 plus the strat, right? So you could just like lose 9 guys, get 9 back basically for free, like automatically. And then your opponent has to shoot them, continue to shoot them. The Ghost Arc only triggers once per phase, right? Yeah. But it's once in both phases, so they have to shoot them. If they shoot them and then charge them, it's going to activate twice. That's pretty good. The Doom Scythe has a solid gun, strength 16, AP 4, D6 plus 1 damage, 3 shots, plus a Twin Link Destructor. Each time it targets an enemy unit, they can stand firm or duck to cover. They get criticals on 5s, or they're suppressed. Wow. Okay.
A unit of warriors can potentially bring back 24 models in a turn if you get lucky, out of their starting strength of 20 lol.
24? I guess like if they've already taken casualties, you could bring back more, right? Because you can reanimate 3 times at plus D3 each, right? So you can reanimate a potential of 27 in a single turn. Is that right? Plus, yeah, I think it's in your opponent's turn, basically, right? Because no, more than that. You do opponent's command phase for a resurrection orb, right? So could be 2d3 plus 3. Then you get targeted. You reanimate with the Ghost Arc for 2d3 plus 3, and you reanimate with the Stratagem for 2d3 plus 3. So you're already 6d3 plus 9. Then they charge you, and the Ghost Arc triggers a second time. So you're 8d3 plus 12. And then when it comes to your turn, you reanimate again, right? So it's like, it's a lot. It's a potential of 4 times 9, 36 reanimations. If you're next to a Ghost Arc. That seems good. Anyway, Doom Scythes seem eminently playable. Night Scythes seem fine. You can embark people into you at the end of the fight phase. Well, actually, how How many can it carry? 1 unit. Oh, shit. Okay. So this is the end of any fight phase, right? A unit wholly within 6 inches of the transport, unless it's in engagement range, can embark. So you can, like, Veil of Darkness a unit onto your opponent's table edge, put a Night Scythe next to them. I guess it doesn't really help you that much. But you can basically use that to, like, fire and fade your unit, right? Because you can Deep Strike the Night Scythe next to a unit, just put the unit next to the Night Scythe, shoot with it, and then embark to the Night Scythe, and then when they kill the Night Scythe, you just disembark on the other side of a ruin or whatever. That's, like, super sick. Right? That's just, like, super cool. Obelisk. Selects one enemy unit within 18 inches. They get -2 advance and charge. If they're fly, they take D3 mortal wounds. If they move, right? Yeah, if they end any type of move until the start of your next movement phase. So that messes with, like, flying chargers, right? Because you can make a normal move, charge, pile, and consolidate, and you take D3 every time on a 4+. So I guess it's not like the end of the world. You take 43 mortal wounds if they roll 4 4+s consecutively, which is unlikely. So you probably take 2d3 mortal wounds, which is, like, not the end of the world, but kind of sucks. I don't know, but the obelisk, it doesn't really do any damage. Obelisk has always been weird. It's been a strange vehicle every time. The Tesseract Vaults, when it shoots, selects a Catan power. So it has Tesla spheres that are not anti-fly. And it gets whatever weapon you pick. Either a cool anti-character precision weapon with devastating wounds and anti-character 4+, which we're not sure how it works yet, because it could actually be bad. Cosmic Fire, which is a blast, a little flamethrower, or Antimatter Meteor, which is kind of just a regular gun. Those are all good. Time's Arrow is really strong, but the fact that you get that, that's probably on an expensive unit, and it's 1 attack is like, it's all right. Monolith, we saw this guy. It seems great, especially now that we know you can just reroll wound rolls on this thing for 1 CP, right? Especially because it has devastating wounds in the particle whip, so you just, like, fish for 6s for a CP if you're within 12 inches. And you can deep strike it 12 inches away, right? So you just deep strike it 12 inches away from something, and then vaporize them with 1 billion shots rerolling wounds. That seems really good. TSK, the big man himself. He's T10, 16 wounds. That's a lot with a 4+ invulnerable save. The Meniers. He's also 2+ armor. And if you're taking saves on the Meniers, you just put the Meniers in cover, right? So that they go to a 1+. So he's actually just, like, sort of impossible to kill. At the start of the battle round, selects 1 Triarch ability. Oh, so he's got a modal Primarch buff. And he can chaplain a unit. You get reroll hits and wounds of 1 in an aura. Reroll charge rolls in an aura. Or ignore any characteristic modifiers in an aura. Well, hit and wound of 1 seems good. That also affects himself because it's any friendly Necron unit within 12 inches, or 6 inches of him, which is himself also. The big laser beams are, like, the same that they were. The Scepter of Eternal Glory is devastating wounds, but only 2 shots. And the Staff of Stars is indirect fire. Let's go. The Scythe of Dust in melee is 12 attacks, strength 8, AP 3, 2 damage. So he's a little bit more awkward in melee, but he seems super sick. Plus, I think as people pointed out, right, he reanimates the... if he takes damage. You reanimate 2d3 if he's next to a reanimator, right? So there's a not insignificant chance that if a minior dies, it just heals back, like heals itself back. Even if like he loses a minior and the other minior is at 1, if you roll a 5 or higher on your 2d3 or reanimation, he just gets the other one back too. Yeah, the beams are sweet. Especially because he's rerolling hits of 1, so he's 2s rerolling, and then probably 3s rerolling on most vehicles. Because everybody's in cover all the time, unless you like shoot the no cover gun at them, then they may save. But he also can just shoot them with like his other gun and probably kill them. Yeah. Silent King seems real good, chat. Real good. Convergence of Dominion rerolls reanimation protocols within 6. I have a sneaking suspicion that seems really good, but you end up like kind of running out of real estate within 6 of them because they're pretty big models. They have a good gun though. It's 18 inches now and not 6 like it was last edition. And they grant cover. Oh, so you can use them to hide the Silent King's minions, like peek behind, get -1, and then you can reroll to try to bring them back. Can you resurrect the Silent King? That is an important question. Survey says we'll never know because it takes forever to load. Nope, only infantry models. But you can resurrect epic heroes, importantly. You just can't resurrect the big guys. Which I assume is Sarek, the Catacomb Command Barge. Or Saraz, excuse me, the Catacomb Command Barge and Silent King. Nope, Saraz is somehow infantry. The infantry and monster distinction in this game continues to baffle everyone who plays it. A crisis battlesuit is a fucking vehicle walker, and Saraz is an infantry model. I don't know, man. Crisis battlesuits is a little bitty baby boy, but that's a vehicle. Oh my god. Yeah, Silent King. Is Silent King, like, unironically the best of, like, the Primarch characters? He's probably on the next level, right? Because he's basically like a Titan, so he's probably upcharged by like a couple 100 points. But like if you compare him to like G-Man and Be'lakor and like Gaz or whatever, well, no, Gaz is just a unit leader now, so he's different. But like Lionel Johnson, Abaddon, Silent King just feels like the best one. I don't know, but maybe just because he's a billion guns. Yeah, Saraz is huge. Yeah. He can be sniped. Yeah, but he's 26 wounds. Like he's 26 wounds that if you don't kill just reanimates itself like in insane volume. Like super fast. Like Silent King for sure just like ends 90% of games at full strength, right? Are you gonna say you're gonna 24? 16 plus that is 24, chat. Are you gonna say you're gonna snipe a T10 like 1+, 4+ model to death with precision? Like I guess. Also though, if he dies, so all right, here's what happens, chat, right? He no longer has the ability, unless I'm missing something. Oh no, just kidding. All right, he has the ability where if he dies, his minions go away. Yeah. I guess like you could put like Canis Rex in melee with him and then epic duel for free. That could kill him, but sure, that also kills every character in the game. Like I don't think that. And also, this guy probably just shoots Canis Rex to death on the way in anyway. Like, I don't know if that's a particularly, like, reasonable comparison. As the Necron player, it's your job to not get yourself charged by an epic duelist. Yeah, I guess. Well, actually, no, chat. He's not an attached unit. Hold up. Right? Am I crazy? Yeah, no, this whole discussion's stupid because he's not an attached unit. He has no bodyguards, so if you shoot him with a precision weapon, it doesn't do anything. Precision keyword doesn't work on this unit. So you shoot the Silent King, and you're like, "I'll precision," and your opponent's like, "Okay, I don't have a leader in this unit. You can't assign to anyone, so I'm gonna take it on a Mynir." Unless I'm like I am, often do miss a keyword somewhere. He's just a unit of 3 models that is by itself. Yeah. Like honestly, he does he even die to Canis Rex? He probably does, right? He gets tank shocked instead of epic dueled and his Menhir dies. Yeah. Precision does not allow you to select which models take the hit, chat. That is not how that ability works. No. No. Precision says you can assign to a leader that's attached to a unit. You don't just get to assign saves willy-nilly. Precision says you specifically have to target a character that's joined the unit. And Silent King is not a character joining a unit. He's just a unit of 3 models. Yeah, you can't use it on like unit champions and special weapons and stuff like that. Yeah, so yeah, no, Silent King's fucking like impossible to kill. You're never gonna get rid of this guy. We can even take a look, right? Yeah, so each time an attack made with a precision weapon, successfully wounds an attached unit, chat. Attached is the keyword. And specifically, if we take a look, right, an attached unit is a unit with a leader character assigned to it. So characters have the leader ability that allows them to join bodyguard units to form an attached unit. Check it out. Silent King doesn't have the leader ability. He doesn't join a unit. So precision doesn't work against him. Silent King get to a... Or does Saraz get him to a 0? Saraz... Does Saraz work on everybody? Or is he a battle line matters kind of guy? He's a battle line matters kind of guy, chat. Yeah, he only works on your Necron Warrior units. Honestly, I don't know how big that ability is. Like, Necron Warriors, like... You can give him invuln saves if you want. You're just going to give him an invuln save, probably, right? Because you're going to take Orokin. So I'm not sure that is a big deal. +1 AP on their weapons is a big deal, though, to be fair. Found where Morty's power went? Yeah, I don't know. It's for sure. Scrag Man is gonna kill him. Yeah. Does he even know? Like, because he saves on 3s, right? That guy wants to eat 3+ save vehicles that save against him on 4s. He punches him. He like eats a Menhir. He feeds a Menhir into the squig, right? And then he punches the other Menhir to death. And then the Silent King, actually, they like don't really do that much damage to each other. The Silent King wounds him on 5s, and he like ignores half the damage, so he does like 2 damage back. And then the Silent King probably just shoots him to death or something, but I don't know. Yeah, I think the surfer dude, Squig Surfer dude, will win that fight in like if extended to infinity, maybe. He just has to keep feeding Menhirs into the Squig. Yeah, I would. I'm actually not sure about the Deadly Demise chat. The miniers might have it, right? Because it doesn't specify that, like, yeah, it doesn't specify only he has it. I don't know. Unit abilities usually apply to every model in the unit unless otherwise specified. So I think the miniers do actually explode. Our battle will be legendary. Yeah, so the Necrons actually seem fucking insane. This is what I was saying about that preview article, chat. The problem with the Necron preview article is that none of this stuff was shown, right? They showed off warriors and they showed off their, like, ability. And if I think that the doomsaying about Necrons would have been significantly lessened if they have shown off the fact that their characters are fucking nuts. The army's probably going to be slow and, like, relies on its translocation stuff. And I do think that, you know, it feels like it's in the same ballpark as, like, Marines, right? Where you have, like, these big bricks of units that are super tough to kill, but you can, like, target them with those a moment and, like, do flamer weapon stuff and blast them. Like, blast weapons are gonna wreck this army, right? Where they can, like, I can regenerate 1 billion units, and you're like, it's okay. My 1 billion units of blast weapons are fucking shooting 6 extra times, so it doesn't matter. Like, I guess it's good that you can't make the Lich Guard unit any bigger than it is, because it would just be more susceptible to blast attacks. You can't make them bigger than 14 models, right? But on the flip side, like, the guns are insane. The melee's fine. The characters are sweet. The strats are ridiculous. This might be the best selection of stratagems in any of these attachments so far. Like, resurrect a character. +1 strength in melee is not great. But reroll wounds, reroll shooting wounds, regenerate a bunch of dudes, reactive shot, advance and shoot. Like, yeah, it's the stratagems are nutso, absolutely nutso. Which role saying Silent King can come back? Silent King can't respawn, but his miniers can. Is the thing. Because he has resurrection protocols, and if you resurrection protocol past your model's wound count, you regenerate a lost model. He can now just start respawning his miniers when he takes damage. If you don't tank shock, Cadence Rex has a 20% chance to kill the Silent King. 45 assuming 6 mortals from tank shock. Yeah, but what about his second guy that also tank shocks? Because you can do it twice. You didn't think about that. That eats all the little guys, and then Canis Rex kills him. Got him. All right. Well, we did Necrons. Should we rip the Band-Aid off Genestealer Cults? I have been informed that Genestealer Cults are super brutal. We've also been live for a really long time, so we're going to speedrun these other factions, I think, chat. How hard does the Silent King self-destruct if you shoot him with the Bane Hammer Cannon? If you auto demise all 3 models in the unit, and you do, like, 3d6 plus 9 to the Necron army, just kill them. That is the secret technology, chat. Just laser beam that thing right through them. All right, here we go. GSC. You can have character models not take damage. Okay. You can get +1 to wound. 2 Genestealer Cult units. You can only target 1 enemy unit, but they get +1 to wound against that enemy. That's real good. A Genestealer Cult unit arriving from Deep Strike can come in 3 inches away. We saw that one already. After an enemy has selected its targets until the end of the phase, your unit has the stealth ability and can only be selected as a target range attacks if they're within 12. Jesus, okay. But that's after they've selected their targets, so you get one shot at them and then they disappear. End of your opponent's turn, you can put two units into reserve. Not end of your turn though, so you can't do it. You can't do the charge and then run away thing. That one's gone. So they're just gonna. We're just trading. We're at the stock market. We're doing some day trading today with Genestealer Cults. We're dropping some dudes in. We're shooting some guys, getting plus with a wound, getting shot, vaporizing, and then respawning. Perfect ambush. Get +1 ballistic scale, +1 armor penetration to your ranged weapons. A unit that has arrived from reserves this turn. That's real good. Get a reactive move once per turn as an enhancement. You can grant infiltrators to a unit and regenerate strats on a 4+. Meticulous planner, you can vect something. That one seems solid. And you can heroically intervene for 0. I guess that's fine. Aberrants have a big AP 0 2 damage melee attack, which is fine, I guess. And they have the new transhuman so that the abominant can give them sustained hits. And he regenerates. Yeah, they feel like the aberrants feel like an abominant delivery system. I guess they have a 4+ feel no pain, but only 3 wounds. But the abominant is strength 12, AP 2, D6 +1 damage. It's pretty solid. Achilles Ridge Runners. They have the Eradicator ability, not the Eradicator, the Lehman Russ ability to give +1 AP. Flare launchers give them smoke. Spotters give them 3+ ballistic scale. Okay. And survey augers. Select one unit hit by one or more attacks, and each time a friendly Genestealer Cult model makes an attack against them, they get ignore cover. It's weird that that's worded differently than other remove cover abilities, because usually it would say the target cannot gain cover. And now it says that you gain ignore cover. You can take 2 Ridge Runners, and each of them has to have the same thing. Yeah. That's interesting. Any number can have their flare launcher replaced. So you can take one with the flare launcher to retain smoke, and then like one with the auger. But I feel like you want a couple of the little augers just to give yourself ignore cover on a stick. Because you shoot at somebody, you basically get +2 AP to whatever you shoot at. Because you gain yourself +1 AP, and then you gain and then you grant ignore cover. So that's kind of wild. Hybrids. Reroll hit rolls of 1 and wound rolls of 1 if the target is on an objective. It's a little bit of a different composition of that same ability we've seen a billion times. I guess that is good. It's any attack. And they are 3+ weapon skill in melee, so they're pretty resilient. Their icons regenerate D3 models. And all of their mining weapons are just a heavy mining tool now. Strength 10, AP 2, 3 damage. That's a good profile. But only 2 attacks. The Acolyte Icon Ward grants 5+ feel no pain. Hell yeah. No double attachment, though. Once per battle, you can... When an ambush marker would get removed, you can place it 12 inches within the model with the Summon the Cult ability. But it's once per battle. So you only get it once. So basically, like, your opponent can try to stop your respawns. But one time you can guarantee that one of them happens. Unless your opponent stops it again, but then it's gone. And it doesn't matter how many icon wards you have. You can only use it one time. Will I be live tomorrow to chat points? Yes, I will. We'll be live at the same time to talk about points and stuff. That one's going to be, I mean, we'll just like look through the points documents, I think. I don't know if there's going to be so much like, no, there'll be less analysis, I guess. We'll just be chatting. Adel and Jackals have a 9-inch scout. Use Cult Ambush to go wholly within 6 inches of a battlefield edge. Oh, so they're tougher to respawn than they would normally be. But you still only get them on a 4+, right? Because they're not battle line? Yeah. So they're already tougher to respawn. It's interesting. And the Cult Ambush... is an ability that not everybody has. So it doesn't look like the vehicles have it. Or the characters, yeah. So it looks like the non-battle line will probably have some restrictions on it. The Biophagus can join alongside a Primus, Magus, or Acolyte hybrid, or Acolyte Icon Ward, excuse me. Okay, so the Icon Ward doesn't have double attachment, but other stuff does with him. So he can come with other people. And the Biophagus grants lethal hits. Once per battle, he can improve his attacks and damage by 3. So he can go to 4 attacks, anti-infantry 2 for D3 plus 3 damage. It's pretty good. And once per battle, melee weapons equipped by models in his unit have a 2+ and are anti-infantry 2+. Oh my god. Whoa. Okay. Jesus. He also like can throw them 6 inches at anti-infantry 2+. Whoa. The Clamavus has the same attachment rules, it looks like. Yeah. Grants -1 battle shock and deals mortal wounds to people. Okay. That's cute, I guess. Yeah, I think like I mean tomorrow will be like sort of decide like determining what the WTF points values will be for sure. Rock Grinder basically it gets like a little tank shock when it charges. Also, it's kind of sweet in melee. 6 attacks, AP or hitting on 3, strength 10, AP 2, 2 damage. The truck has firing deck 12. Okay. And gets fire support. All right. That's real good. Kind of weird to have fire support on a firing deck 12 unit. Because you're like already there. But I mean, I guess that's good. You could put that on like a big hand flamer team, just like reroll a billion times. Metamorphs fight on death on a 3. And they all have metamorph mutations. Which army do I think will have the biggest points changes? I mean, I'm hoping the ones that look like they suck. Like Sisters, Death Guard, Tyranids, Admech. Like, I'm hoping that they get cheap as fuck. Because their data sheets are just brutally bad. Oh, okay. So we can either sweep at strength 4 or strike at strength 5, 2 damage. But the leader gets both, basically. He's strength 5, 2 damage, and he attacks 5 times. So he's just better in both ways. It's an okay melee profile, but it's not amazing. We're like finally going up in the world. The Alphys grants reroll 1s to other Genestealer Cults models shooting at whatever it shot at. And its gun is a 3 damage sniper rifle. After his unit has shot, it can move up to 6 inches. But it is mounted, so it doesn't go behind things. It just goes away. It's okay. But mostly you take the alphas for the reroll ones, it feels like. So we can get reroll ones, ignore cover, and +1 AP, right? And then we can strat for +1 to wound. So you can really like sync together just a ton of extra buffs on whatever you're shooting at. Primaris would be cheaper than Termagants. I mean, I don't think that really changes much. Termagants are like mostly unplayable anyway, so. When the Kellermorph is set up using a Deep Strike ability, if it's set up within 3 inches of a friendly Genestealer Cult battle line unit, it can be 3 inches more than enemy models, but is not eligible to declare a charge. Okay, well, it's not going to charge anyway. It sucks at melee. But then every time you shoot at a battle line unit within 3, it can shoot you. And his Liberators are 6 shots, precision, sustained D3, devastating wounds, but 1 damage. It's kind of all over the place. I guess he's good against like mediocre characters, but you're really like hoping he rolls a bunch of 6s basically. The Locust grants fight first. Oh my god. There's more fight first happening. And he grants other character models 4+ feel no pain. The Magus gives people -1 to hit in shooting or makes them uneligible to shoot. We've seen that a billion times. And once per battle, you can double the range of its mind control ability. Yeah. And grants 5+ feel no pain against psychic attacks. Woo! We can also take an icon ward that just grants a 5+ feel no pain, right? It's kind of significantly worse. Poor Magus. I guess like -1 to hit is fine. But also you can strat for -1 to hit, so I don't know. Magus kind of doesn't seem that great. That is right? The icon ward just straight up grants a feel no pain? Yeah. It's just a strictly better version of the Magus's ability. Alright, well, sorry, Magus. That's weird. Acolyte hybrids gain CP from things. They can, I think the most important thing, or the Neophyte hybrids, excuse me, the most important thing about them is their ability to take big weapons. So for every 10 models, they get 2 cool guns and 2 little guns. They can take 2 grenade launchers and 2 seismic cannons. Kind of want some stuff that isn't 5+ ballistic skill. Oh, most of this is not on the profile here. Because they're worried about heavy weapons is the problem. And we can't take ignore, move, and shoot penalty on these guys anymore. That's gone. So the Nexos just is Gilliman, but for the whole army, he gets you 0 CP stratagem once per turn. Okay, well, just bring that guy, I guess. And move ambush markers 6 inches. Yeah, Nexos seems fucking sick. The awkward part about him is that he's not a lone operative, so he has to join a unit, or he sits in the back and you hope that your opponent doesn't like point a single mortar at him. So if your opponent doesn't have indirect fire, the Genestealer Cult player is like, yeah, this is the best day ever. But if there's like one mortar team, they're just like, no, my T3 crappy character is just gonna die. He needs a little friendo. Patriarch, I think we already saw. He forces battle shock and stuff. Grants devastating wounds, and he can join pure strains. Yeah, it's all sort of fine. Cult Demagogue on the Primus does give reroll hit rolls every time they make an attack. So he probably joins the Neophyte teams, yeah, to give them rerolls on all their billion guns. So I guess you kind of want the Jackal Alphys, but I guess it's not the end of the world if you don't have it. And then you can give like +1 to hit, ignore cover, +1 AP to all their guns. It still kind of punches light because you're like you're just like fishing for 5s to wound, but I could see it. Pure Strength Genestealer is actually advance and charge and infiltrate. It's just so much better than Genestealers in Tyranids. Well, actually, they don't get wound rerolls, so they're actually totally different. No wound rerolls, so they get devastating wounds from the Broodlord, but they kind of have trouble triggering it, which could be funky. The Reductus Saboteur grenades for free. That's sweet. And once per battle, can basically overwatch for D3 plus 3 mortal wounds. Holy shit. The Reductus Saboteur is kind of like insane. What? Because she also deep strikes, right? So she can just deep strike in your opponent's face. I guess you can't grenade out of deep strike unless you use the closer deployment, so you might not want to do that. But then you're guaranteed 2d3 plus 3 mortals plus whatever she does with her shooting. So you probably use the tunnel crawler deep strike, right? So that you could throw the demolition charges and then do this just 1,000 mortals to somebody. Jesus, the Reductus Saboteur is like kind of nutty. And then the Sanctus chooses prey and gets ignore cover devastating wounds against it. With anti-infantry 3+, then it's Bio Dagger. And its sniper rifle is anti-psyker 2+. So a little bit of a targeted anti-psyker. He's like just a lone operative guy though. That seems fine. There's like it's kind of a glut of these guys in Genestealer Cult, and they all always feel like they're kind of overshadowing each other. There's like three snipers in Genestealer Cult. And all of them are just like just do like just enough damage to not quite kill whatever they're shooting at. Which is a little bit funky. So maybe you just take all of them and try to kill somebody. I don't know. All right, let's move on. We saw some requests for Votann, so we can do them next. Rip that band-aid off. So as we saw in their preview article, anytime an enemy unit destroys a Leagues of Votann unit, you get a judgment token. You get +1 to hit against 1 judgment token, +1 to wound if they have 2. For stratagems, they get just Armor of Contempt, right? Oh no. In the fight phase, you can improve your armor penetration characteristic against an enemy with 1 or more judgment tokens for 1 CP. Oh, for each judgment token, so up to +2 for 1 CP. Okay. That's actually kind of sick. Ancestral Sentence grants you sustained hits 1, basically for... sustained hits 1 in your shooting phase. If they have a judgment token, you get sustained hits 2. Ordered Retreat lets you shoot, fall back, shoot, and charge. Sick. That's always good to have. Reactive Reprisal we saw. That's the reactive shot. Newfound Nemesis. After an enemy unit has resolved its attacks, one of your League of Votann infantry or mounted units that is reduced for low half strength as a result of those attacks, you can gain give them 1 judgment token or 2 if your warlord was in the unit. Just get mad. I appreciate the theme that all of their abilities are just about getting mad that you attacked them. They're like, how dare you? How dare you? Void Armor is just Armor of Contempt. No. You reduce their AP by 1. All right, that's good. These enhancements. Holy crap. Walls of text. Jesus. Appraising Glare. Selects an objective marker your opponent controls until the end of the phase in your command phase. While an enemy unit is within range of that objective marker. What the fuck? What does this do? Hold up. In your command phase, Select one objective marker your opponent controls. Until the end of the phase, so your command phase, while an enemy unit is within range of that objective marker, it counts as having one more judgment token on it than it actually has. Does that do something? Are there like command phase interactions with judgment tokens, chat? Maybe we'll find out. Maybe the characters will have interactions with that. I don't understand the purpose of this. That's weird. All right. A long list. Each time a bear's unit destroys an enemy unit, if that unit has one more judgment tokens, you can select one other enemy unit visible to the bear that gains one judgment token. Hell yeah. You can recycle your judgment tokens. Reduce, reuse, recycle. That's what Votann are all about. They love going green. Grim Demeanor is reroll battle shock tests, and models in the unit can ignore any or all modifiers to their characteristics. That's all right. Wayfarer's Grace. You regenerate on a 2+. All right, sick. That's always good. Is that good on just like a big end here champion? He's like punching people. Could be a typo, but I mean it does something right now. Like it exists. That's just the one you don't take, I think. Uthar. Change one hit, wound, or damage roll for this model to a 6. I guess he has the devastating wound gun, so he can auto. It is change a roll made, so he can see what he rolls and then change one. So at least he's like shooting a mortal wound every turn, but that's kind of a. It used to be an aura ability, now it's just one. Yeah. Grim Efficiency. Enemy gains a judgment token, and he takes 1 damage from everything. And grants his unit a 5+ invulnerable save. That's good. The regular call grants lethal hits, though, and a 5+ invulnerable save. And has Grim Efficiency. The regular call seems much better. I guess he's not as good at fighting. Because they don't have, like, the high call, like, you get rerolls or anything anymore, right? So he's just, like, a dude. Yeah. It's a little meh. Yeah. Pew, 1 mortal. Out of 2 at melee. Bloop. The N here champion can reroll charge rolls. And each time he ends a charge move, he does, mortal wounds because he has, like, cool rocket packs. He's only moved 5, though. Gets himself a 4+ vulnerable save or his unit deep strike. And he can either swing 6 times at AP2 2 damage or 3 times at strength 12 d6 + 1 damage. That's a good profile, but only 3 attacks is a little bit meh. Grimnir grants +1 toughness. Fuck yeah, let's go. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like we can double stack them. So you can't stack +1 toughness with a sweet invulnerable save. Unless you can take it on the Thanes, right? And he can chaplain his units. And he has 2 little friendos with Autarch bolters. He's like kind of a shooter, I guess. He brings 10 attacks to his unit, right? So if you're stacking buffs on a unit already, the Grimnir is actually kind of sweet. But the problem is he can't be brought alongside another unit. This guy would be awesome if you're adding him to like a fire base. But he just jumps into Hearthkin Warriors and shoots a couple times. He's basically like 4 Hearthkin Warriors stacked together. And he makes you toughness 6. The Brokir Iron Master is a unit so complicated he doesn't get his picture on the card. Get wrecked. He's on the back, I guess. Oh my god, there's so much going on. While he's leading a unit, you get +1 to hit, and he can join Hearthkin or Brokir Thunderkin. He can repair vehicles or exoframes 3 if he has an Ironkin assistant. But he can't give +1 to hit. But I guess he gives +1 to hit to his unit anyway. But he doesn't to the vehicles, which is a little bit awkward. Yeah, Uthar turns all damage to 1, but only against himself, right? Yeah. Some damage is allocated to his model. So he like can't be precisioned, I guess, but that's, I mean, it's kind of a whatever ability. Once his unit's dead, he's just gonna die eventually. He can't even like auto pass his own saving throws anymore. His ability is only defensive or only offensive. All right. He's got a good gun. Graviton rifle is auto anti-vehicle 2, 3 damage. A little bit better than a grav gun. And he hits on 2s. So it's kind of, again, you get a las beam cutter, a plasma torch, a bolt pistol, las beam cutter, plasma torch is a melee weapon, and a bolt pistol. Hearthkin Warriors, we've already talked about. They have their OBSEC ability. And here, Hearthguard have new mini transhuman when a character's joined them. But what joins them? Do calls join these guys? Oh, yeah, they do. Nice. Calls and in here champions. Their weapons haven't really changed though. I guess their plasma guns don't like overheat now, right? They have their blast grenade launcher, a devastating wounds vulcanite disintegrator. But that's about it. I kind of wish that like judgment tokens, as bad as this sounds, right? This is just like what old like OG pre-nerf Votann did. I kind of wish their judgment tokens improved their critical wounds so they could like trigger devastating more easily. Because it feels like they have a lot of like AP0 kind of garbage. It's really like Tau energy, right? Where it's like you have a ton of ranged attacks, but they're all kind of crappy strength and mid AP. Chthonian Berserks fight on death on 4s. Can mine somebody for -2 movement. And it has like a kind of a cute little indirect fire gun. But otherwise, they're okay in melee. The Maul is AP2, 3 damage, and they can get +1 AP. Oh, it only hits on 4s, though. Or they can take an AP 1/2 damage variety that's twin linked. You're really hoping that you get 2 judgment tokens on somebody so you can get +1 to wound with all these attacks. Like, I guess at that point, you maybe just swing plasma axes. Nah, you probably just stick with the Maul, honestly. Hernkin Pioneers. At the end of your opponent's turn, if a unit is within 6 inches of any battlefield edge and not within engagement range, you can put it in strategic reserve, so it just has... It's the reserve ability that, like, a bunch of stuff has, but it's just worse because you have to be 6 inches of a battlefield edge. I guess, yeah. Weird. Tons of sustained hits. So they get the rotary cannon or the ion beam on this heavy weapon dude. But you mostly take the rotary cannon, I assume. It has twice as many attacks. They're all ballistic scale 4. And they get ignore cover, which is good. Yeah, I was thinking as long as they have ignore cover, like mass AP1 that can get +1 to hit and +1 to wound is like probably fine. The Sagittor ATV can disembark after advancing. It has Scout 6. And can it still split units? It can. Like Hearthkin Warriors can turn into 2 units of 5. Which is honestly a sweet ability because they're OBSEC. You can't quite like scout them onto an objective to begin with, but it's pretty close. They have a 2-shot beam cannon or a twin-linked bolt cannon. They start with the bolt cannon, and they can switch the beam cannon for an auto cannon or a missile launcher. The missile launcher is strength 12, AP3, 3 damage, but they could also just have the beam cannon, which must be more expensive because it's D6 damage rather than 3, and sustained hits D3, but otherwise it's the same. Oh, it's less range. All right, fair enough. But I think you just take the beamer, honestly. The autocannon is just a regular autocannon profile. They didn't even get the upgraded autocannon profile. The strength 9, 3 damage, which would be okay if you're just like mass firing those things. But strength 7 AP2 is like a little bit awkward. You win a lot of vehicles on 5s and some on 6s, which is a little bit sad. Broke your Thunderkin. Let's go. They hit Overwatches on 5s. They're all ballistic skill 4, but you can give them +1 to hit with a Forge Master or an Iron Master. But weirdly, he gives them +1 to hit, not +1 ballistic skill. So his bonus doesn't stack with judgment tokens. So there's like a sweet anti-synergy. I don't know if I like that, honestly. They have grav guns, are 18-inch range, anti-vehicle 2, blast, D6 shots, strength 5, AP2, 2 damage. That is good. They don't ignore cover anymore, though, which they used to do. AP2's alright. It's alright. But we're not anti-monster. And the SP conversion beamer, we saw the profile for previously, but I don't know if we had sort of internalized how bad strength 7 AP1 is. At least I hadn't. So it gets, if you're more than 12 inches away, it basically doubles its hit rolls. And a 4+ you get criticals, which sustains. So you probably get 3. Well, you get like you average like 1.5 hits per model, right? Because they should get 2 off the sustain. But they only hit on 4s to begin with, and it's only 1 attack. And then its profile kind of sucks. So I think you're like just locked in on the Graviton cannon every time. And even then, it's only AP2, 2 damage, which is like fine at anti-vehicle 2+, but isn't exactly what you want. Yeah, I don't know if I love these guys. It definitely hopes that Leagues of Votann are... I mean, their strats are pretty good, but it's definitely like kind of hoping that they have cheap units, because the ballistic skill 4 across the board is really kind of crappy. Because the dwarfs are all high base toughness, chat. They also have less wounds, right? A battle suit is 4 wounds, so you just trade the toughness. The difference between 3 and 4 wounds is pretty significant, because 3 damage is very common, but 4 damage is much less so. And the land fortress we've already seen. It has fire support, which is sweet. How many Brokir can it carry? It's 12 infantry. Exo frame takes 3, so you can carry him 3 Brokir and 1 or the Iron Master, excuse me, and then 3 Brokir again. That's not very many. Or you just take like mass Hearthkin warriors. Is that the way to go? Their plasma guns, like or their ion blasters, aren't even 2 damage anymore, right? Yeah. I don't really know where your damage comes from in this faction. Probably just like rocking vehicles around. The Magna Rail Cannon's pretty good, but you got to hit with it. Strength 18, D6 plus 6 damage. So it's basically like it's exactly a railgun that's slightly easier to hit with. It's the only heavy weapon they have, so it's the only one that can get +1 to hit if they remain stationary, which is a little bit awkward. And they also don't have the floating reroll like railguns do. So it's much less reliable. And they don't get +1 to hit against vehicles. Cyclic Ion's okay because it ignores cover if you take the scanner. It's the scanner or the missile launcher, right? Yeah. And the missile launcher is just like a one-shot. Yeah, it's a one-shot indirect fire, which is not very good. So you just like always take the scanner for the most part. I'm feeling the ion cannon, honestly, on the top of this thing. Or maybe the conversion beamer. I don't know. And otherwise, it's just sort of mass bolt cannons. Yeah, it's fine. How do we feel about Votann, chat? I think I don't know. It feels like it's real Tau energy again, like I said before, where it feels like they didn't improve their profiles at all, whereas the defensive profile of the game is getting like significantly tougher. And so they're just like kind of behind the curve, as it feels like. Brokir Thunderwind with conversion beamers always crit on Overwatch. Yeah, but they only have one shot. So like, you're like, all right, I'm gonna Overwatch you, and you're like, okay. And then you could take 6, so you're like, I hit 2 times and I sustain, so I hit like, whatever. 6 times, let's say. And your opponent's like, okay. And then you're like, I wound on 3s probably if I'm shooting like infantry. And they're like, okay. And so you wound 4 times. And then if they're shooting at like intercessors, they save on 4s. So you kill like 2 intercessors on Overwatch with a full unit of 6 Brokir Thunderkin. I'm not entirely sure that conversion beamer is really the way to go. I think the Graviton Blast Cannon is like just always the weapon that you equip. But like I said, right? Like it's this offensive profile is just like it's like an 8th edition offensive profile. It's just like strength 7 EP1. We're just an auto cannon from last edition. Whereas like vehicles are just like casually toughness 14 all the time. Like I don't know. We really have to see the points values for these guys. We really have to see points values. Again, it's like especially because a lot of their value is getting killed to generate judgment tokens for people. You have to be able to like throw Sagitors, like throw idiot Hearthkin warrior units at people. I do appreciate that like the Sagittor ATVs are probably they may be kind of required because they basically give you like extra judgment tokens because like Sagittors are like they grant like 1.5 judgment because you split the Hearthkin unit, and so the Hearthkin unit can each give up a separate judgment token. Also, I'm noticing the Sagittors don't vehicle squadron anymore, so you can only ever have 3 of them. Just a little bit awkward. Sorry to everybody who bought 6 Sagittary TVs. Get wrecked, I guess. That's kind of rude. At least Votann aren't getting banned in tournaments. Yeah, for sure. Is the Iron Master 5 models? If so, that's really awkward. Oh, it is. I thought it was 2 little friendos, but it's 3 little friendos. So it actually can't embark with a Thunderkin unit inside a transport? Is that right? Yeah, it can't. You can't put a Iron Master unit in with a Thunderkin unit inside a land fortress because it's too many models. That's 14 and takes up 12. Oh, they're dedicated transports, of course, chat. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, so you get 6 of them. All right, that's fair. I kind of bet that mass Sagittary ATVs is like still the way to go. Just a bunch of Sagittary ATVs and a bunch of units of 5 idiot Hearthkin warriors, and you're just like, all right, well, we're gonna run like 2 OC OBSEC dudes onto objectives and hope that you won't murder them before they get to go, and then I get to blow you up. It does feel like there's a lot of score energy for sure. Yeah, what is the requirement for dedicated transports in this construction? Do you have to have units embarked? Or is that optional? Where am I looking? Oh my god. This rulebook is so fucking long. Who put all these rules in here? It is the pre-battle selection. Dedicated transports covered? Yes. You must start with a unit embarked in it. So you only need 3, to be fair, you need 3 units of 10 Hearthkin, right? And pretty interesting, you can't take 20s anymore. It's just a little bit weird. So you need 3 units of 10 Hearthkin, or you take some Chthonian Berserks, which is also fair. And honestly, like, that creates 6 units of 5 Hearthkin plus 6 Sagitors. And if that's not like a billion points, then you can fill the rest of your army with like stuff that does more damage. And that's probably fine, especially because the Sagitors all pregame move. So they have kind of like there's a little bit of pressure there. Yeah, I can't imagine that these guys have 9th ed points. If their points are like, you know, they have to be cheap for sure for it to be playable whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So we have Aeldari and Drukhari to finish things off with. Actually, I was wondering if I would like save these for another day. But we have already seen like half of Aeldari, so we could probably speed run them super fast. So we're gonna run through Aeldari super quick. I'm like flagging pretty hard, chat. So, but I think we can nail it. We've seen all of their stratagems and we've seen all of their enhancements. We've already seen Behareth. The Autark, you get a CP every turn. All right, you just take that guy, I guess. And you get a double stratagem. Solid. Pretty good. He's fine in melee. 5 attack, strength 6 AP, 2 damage. He's good at killing intercessors. Get wrecked, intercessors. Autark Sky Leaper. Is this an existing model? I don't think I've ever seen this thing. He looks great. Also gets you a CP. And you get +1 to battle shock. Okay. Not that excited, but whatever. The Skyrunner has the same ability. Read the army rules. We have already read the army rules, chat. We're speed running today. Oh, there's Yunari rules in it. I guess we haven't read those ones. You can include Drukhari units. Okay. And you can't include Phoenix Lords, Avatars, Solitaires, and Wrathy or Homunculus Covens. If your faction is Drukhari, you can include all this other stuff in your army. Yeah, so they just have ally rules because they're like a super faction now, so they have super faction rules. And Harlequins are in this document, right? Oh my god, there's so many data sheets. Oh, so many that it froze up. Awesome. That's just, it seems like a cleaner way to create the Ynnari rules rather than like I don't know, having like, you know, sort of bizarre like mixed detachment rules. Avatar we've already seen. Berry Boy gives +1 to hit to his friendly local neighborhood Swooping Hawks. A non-Ynnari detachment can include both avatars, harlequins, and Ynnari without restriction. I guess. Yeah, you just, I mean, the restriction is that you can't then take Drukhari units, right? I don't know what their keywords are. And I can't see them in the preview thing here. So Corsair Void Reavers. We did theorize one of these guys had Scout. It looks like they have Void Reavers, and they get rerolls against people on objectives. Which is good, because they have a bunch of sustain. Or their cannons of sustain, I guess. You can take Wraith Cannons on them. 4+ invulnerable saves. They get 1 Neuro Disruptor, 1 Shuriken Rifle. One guy can have a Blaster or a Shredder. For every 10, one guy can have a Wraith Cannon. Is that for every 5? So you can have 2 Blasters and a Wraith Cannon and a Scout unit? Seems okay. It's a lot of AP4 D6 damage. Void Scarred. Oh, they're all Scouts. All right. So these guys are like the troops version, right? Yeah, they're OC0. Or OC2 battle line. Let's go. Versus OC0. They pick a enemy unit, get lethal hits and precision against it. That's solid. Ignore cover if they take a burb. So that has a lot of weapon keywords. Get lethal hits, like anti-infantry, precision, ignore cover, devastating wounds. Let's go. Swooping Hawks had Haywire? I don't believe Swooping Hawks ever had Haywire, champ. Crimson Hunters. +1 to hit and +1 to wound against flying units. Jesus. And they get 2 Star Cannons or 2 Bright Lances and a Pulse Laser. Probably in on... Star Cannons seem bad. You're probably in on Pulse Lasers for sure. Or Bright Lances, excuse me. Crimson Hunters still seem okay, honestly. Dark Reapers ignore ballistic skill modifiers, which is good because they have indirect fire. They sure do. Let's go. The old Tempest Launcher is back with blast indirect fire. The Reaper launchers, strength 8, AP2, 2 damage. That's fine. Or they take Eldar missile launchers, strength 10, AP2, D6. Oh no, you only get the missile launcher on the main guy. Yeah, 8/2/2 is not an amazing profile. Ignore cover is fine, but strength 8 is not amazing. The Death Jester forces battle shock checks on people. In your shooting phase, one model in your army can apply ignore cover, precision, or sustain 3 to their own thing, to their own Shrieker cannon. But we lost Favor of the Laughing God or whatever, right? So we don't get the auto 6 on the Shrieker cannon, but it does have devastating wounds. So you probably just like windmill slam sustained hits every time on this guy. Dire Avengers we saw. Eldrad we saw. Falcons we have seen. Farseers, all the Farseers. Fire Dragons. Or mostly 12-inch fusion guns, which is not amazing. But at least you can dump them out of Falcons after moving and then just get a billion rerolls. They reroll wound and damage rolls of 1. So I guess you just like bake in a guide on these guys. And they hit on 2s and then reroll 1s. They're only regular melta guns. Strength 9. Melta 3 is good. The Fire Pike gets 18 inches and is strength 12. But without a wound bonus, they're a little bit awkward. If you have the Falcon's fire support, they're probably fine. Oh, so Fugan can add +1 to hit. So then everybody hits on 2s. His lance is Melta 6. D6 + 6, strength 14, AP 4. That might be worth it just by itself. And he regenerates himself on a 2+. He's also 3 damage melee attack. And he's like can shoot a 2 damage anti-infantry gun. Fugan seems actually like kind of a boss. Yeah, maybe fire dragons are okay. If they're in a falcon. If you can source wound rerolls for them, they seem okay. Yeah, that they did the keyword thing they did for a lot of different weapons, chat. That was the linked fire thing. Yeah, like there's a ton of weapons that have a special ability associated with them, and they just make it a keyword. That they did that a lot. There's a ton of weapons that have those like special weapon abilities. Guardians we've seen. Hemlock Wraith Fighters. Give enemies -1 to battle shock and leadership checks. Okie dokie. With 2 D-Scythes. Blast, strength 12, AP 4, 2 damage. That's always been the weird thing about D-Scythes. Why are they 2 damage? Why are they so... But this profile so that's also hits on 4s. What the fuck? What a bizarre profile. I guess you're like supposed to guide it, maybe? I don't understand. Is there like a wraith? Are they wraith construct keyworded? Is it like a wraith synergy we don't know about? Howling Banshees can advance, fall back, and charge. But they lost their +1 to wound. So they're mostly like advance and charge anti-infantry ladies. Mirror swords are strength 6, AP 4, strength 4, excuse me, AP 3, 1 damage, or the executioner strength 5, AP 2, 2 damage. But they're never gonna like hit a vehicle with these. They're only gonna hit infantry. So if you want to kill vehicles, you're in like you're in for big tanks or fire dragons, basically. Yeah, objective secured should have been a core rule for sure. You know, the other abilities where you like reroll on an objective, like they all have some differences, but like given the fact that like 10 units in the game have objective secured and some units can gain it, just make it a freaking core ability. Jesus Christ. Illic. While he's leading a unit, you reroll wounds. And he joins Rangers, I assume. That's actually sick. Because the Rangers have an AP2 2 damage gun, right? With precision. And he himself has devastating wounds. I love that it's heavy as well. So in case you're -1 to hit, in case you have stealth, I'm gonna bring him stationary to hit you. And his unit gets lone operative. Illic Nightspear actually seems like kind of a baller. He just makes you into sniper scouts, except you get wound rerolls. He's like a little Sergeant Tellian over here. Jane Czar gives +1 to hit to her unit, and you can heroically intervene for free. Poopy. That's not that great. I feel like they've dramatically overestimated heroic intervention for free because they give it to a lot of units, and it doesn't never seem that useful. You're like, my cheap infantry unit, my cheap offensive infantry unit gets to intervene for free, because it definitely won't be dead in my opponent's shooting phase after it charges. Candyman, we've seen. Malgan Ra gives +1 to hit, and you get reroll wounds against enemies below half strength. Oh, he does. Okay. At least he has devastating wounds, but strength 7, AP 2 damage. I did just go on a rant about how that was a bad profile, and now Malgan Ra has it. Night Spinners are indirect fire, devastating wounds, blast, twin linked. Oh my god. That's a pretty good profile. At least it's not heavy. At least they hit on 4s if they shoot over cover. And they don't ignore cover, which is good. They pin you for -2 movement. But that indirect fire profile is insane. Twin linked devastating wounds is just super solid. You can shoot it at whatever. And you're like, I don't know, I'm going to reroll, 6 shots, full rerolls? You probably do like 4 mortals on average, which is pretty good. Uriel, does he join Corsairs? Is he a Corsair guy? Corsairs and Guardians. Gives them +1 objective secured. Because he has a flag on his back, right? Because he's a flag guy and that's what flags do? Get out of here. His melee weapon's pretty sweet. It's only strength 6, though. After both players have deployed their army, select up to 3 Eldari units to redeploy them. Still don't know if that actually works, though. Which is a little bit weird. Rangers. Oh, yeah. AP 1. 2 damage. It's just sad. That's not very good. But wound rerolls. Infiltrators can't be shot. I don't know. Precision. Strength 4 precision with wound rerolls does seem okay. I wish they were... I guess I don't wish they were devastating. That would be kind of dumb. But I do wish they were AP2. It's weird that an Imperial sniper rifle is AP2 and a Eldar sniper rifle is AP1. That's just like very strange. I don't love that. Shadow Seer, Narrow Disruptor is just AP2 assault now. Study your movement phase. You can use this ability. Your reroll advanced roll is made for the model's unit, and it's able to advance in charge. Oh, excuse me. Shining Spears are basically identical to what they were. I guess they don't have like the Paragon Saber doesn't reroll everything anymore, which is a little bit sad. They are Lance, but only strength 4. It's actually way worse because they used to be strength 6 Lance, right? So they would wound things on 4s. They would like wound basically everything on 4s and infantry on 2s. And now they wound infantry on 3s and tanks on 4s. Yeah. Maybe not Shining Spears. Maybe not today. It's weird that like some ranged profiles have just gotten like ludicrous, like nutso. But a lot of melee profiles have been debuffed. And it's just very strange. Skyweaver's bomb now. They got sweet haywire cannons. Let's go! 4+ anti-vehicle. 3 mortal wounds. That's actually solid. And they can all take haywire. Yeah. You probably just rock that. Solitaire fights first. Still blitzes. 2d6 move and +3 attacks, which is basically the same. Can advance in charge, which is sweet. Solitaire actually seems pretty good. Just because it's like baked in lone operative and you can go super fast. 12 plus 3d6 plus a charge. And it just like, claps an infantry in it and chills. 3+ invulnerable save is back, actually. Yeah, man, Solitaire's... Oh, only 3 wounds, though, so it probably still dies. Solitaires do seem fine, though. The old Spirit Seer. You can join Wraith Lords? Are Wraith Lords a unit? A multi-model unit now? What's leading unit? Weapons in the unit have lethal hits, and each time a model in the unit makes an attack, add 1 to the hit roll. Well, that's just good. And in the command phase, you return 1 destroyed bodyguard model to the unit. What the fuck? Where's... You gotta show me a Wraith Lord now. What is this? What is this chicanery is happening? Wraith Lords are not multi-model. That's bizarre. Okay. So you attach to the unit and they shoot the Wraith Lord to kill it, and then like the dude's just like chilling. Alright. Weird, but okay. Huh. I mean, you give them +1 to hit. That's pretty good. The problem is that they have like -1 baked into their profile. I don't love that. Those are warlocks. Where did my spirit seer go? I was just looking at. I've lost him. There he is. So it's mostly for the Wraith Guard is what we're taking this guy for, I think. Unless Wraithblades are sweet. Harlequins can embark. Storm Guardians we've already looked at. Striking Scorpions we've seen. Support weapon platforms. I think everybody was excited about the fact that they can only be taken in singletons. So it turns out if you call to ban a codex, like long before you actually see the rules for it, maybe it's a little bit too early. I do think that the D cannon's probably still too strong with devastating wounds, but it definitely is not as insane as being able to take multiple. But now like because you're restricted to 3 and not 9, I think it's a lot more realistically good. Swoopy hockeys. No more mortal wounds for them, which is, to be fair, probably fine. But otherwise, they're largely the same. They can't shoot and scoot, though, because they only skyleap at your opponent's turn. So they're probably much cheaper. The Vicearch. Grants fight first. What does he join, though? Probably nothing exciting. Oh, he can join Corsair. So yeah, I think, chat, that it is strictly rules as intended that you can play these guys in standard Eldar. Because you can't play Corsairs in a Ynnari detachment. So why would the Vicearch be able to join Ynnari if he... Or why would he be able to join Unrathi if you were not able to take the two together? Yeah. And he can attach alongside Urain. Sick. He grants fight first and gives himself lethal hit, devastating wound, or sustain 2. And he has precision. I like this, like, there's this unit archetype of like the dutiful bodyguard guy. Like Oberon is the same thing in Necrons. It's just like the dude who attaches with his like his best friend character and then like is good at fighting other characters. It's kind of fun. I don't know what you'd put this guy in though. Harlequins maybe. The Incarn. After another unit is destroyed, removing the last model from the unit can remove this model from the battlefield, set it up again as close as possible. It's the same as it has been and is half damage. Oof. The Swirling Soul energy doesn't shoot everybody within 9 inches now, though, which is good. It is still just a pretty strong psychic flamethrower. And Vilizar, the Sword of Souls. Strength 12, AP 4, D6 plus 1 damage in melee. Yeah. Incarn seems good still. Also 2+ save. You can't overestimate the importance of a 2+ save this edition. It's really, really good. You mentioned about the extra models in the support weapon platforms? No, I don't think so. Yeah, no. They most likely do not block charges. I think they've sort of come to realize that nobody put those on the models anyway, and so they just ignore them. Just pretend they're not there. It's fine. Harlequin troops. You get +1 to wound with a Harlequin troop squad on the charge. That's solid. Even though they're only strength 4. That means they wound most things on 5s and they have a billion attacks. They all get power swords? Oh no, only the plead player. Damn. Any number of players can have this special weapon though, which is strength 4, AP 1 damage. I guess you just take that and then you just take all the special weapons. 4 attacks a model with +1 to wound is actually solid. These guys seem great. I guess you're sort of like, you're kind of locked in on the shadows here though to let you advance and charge. But you could advance and shoot too. And their pistols are good. Well, Fusion Pistols got a big are big sad. Oh no, their pistols actually aren't that good. You're probably still on Fusion Pistols because they're high AP, but they're only good against like medium infantry. Neuro Disruptors are AP 0 and not devastating wounds, so they don't really do anything. Yeah. Troopmaster grants devastating wounds. We use a fate dice to substitute a hit, wound, or saving throw made for this model. You can change it to a 6. That's a good ability. But he himself actually hits kind of like a wet noodle. Jesus. Okay. Strike 4, like 1 damage. All right. Void Weavers have a sick gun. Look at that. Strength 12, AP 3, 4 damage. It's like a las cannon with extra steps. Or they can take haywire cannons. But I think you just take the laser beam, right? And then you shoot somebody and make them take a battle shock check. Vipers we've seen. Warwalkers we've seen. Warlock Skyrunners we've seen. Base Warlocks are a little bit different. You auto 6 advance rolls. Or make somebody -2 to charge. Against you, which is also, it's okay. They can go alongside other leaders into Storm Guardians and Guardian Defenders. I don't know if I love those units, though, to be fair. Where is Yvrain? Did we miss her? Oh, no, she's at the bottom here. These are all largely units that we've seen. Wave Serpents. Webway Gate is new. It is a fortification that grants cover. I appreciate that all these fortifications you can shoot at and kill. Also, we didn't see the Battle Sanctum in Battle Sisters, right? Unless we missed it. So definitely not all of the fortifications have translated over. Each time an Eldar unit arrives from Strategic Reserve, you can set up anywhere on the battlefield, wholly within 6 inches of the Webway Gate. You can set up within 9 inches of enemy models, up to engagement range. And it counts as having made a charge move and is eligible to fight. So basically the same as it did. But it doesn't like give you +1 leadership anymore, I guess. And it falls on you if it dies. But it's possible to kill, but it is kind of tough. Wind Riders we've seen. Wraith Blades we have not seen. They get Fight on Death on a 4+. A 4+ invulnerable save, but their melee attack is not great. Sad. You can get +1 to hit, but you can't get +1 to wound, right? Unless you like doom them with Eldrad. But you're probably just gonna shoot them with these Wraithguard. I think you're always on the Wraithguard train with the Spirit Seer. It's a tough unit at T7 with a 2+ save. You can like -1 to wound it with you have a Farseer. You can also attach. I guess you can't attach the Fortune guy, right? But you can protect them, and then you can regenerate them with the Spirits here. That combo seems great. Big Wraith Knight. T12, 2 up. Already off to a good start. Save against last cannons on 4s. You don't even need a Scatter Shield. What can I take? It starts with the Glaive, Feet, and a Scatter Shield. You can replace the Glaive with a cannon. You can replace the Scatter Shield with a cannon. And you can equip either just a little tiny gun. So the cannon's D3 shot, strength 20, AP 4, 2d6 damage. Devastating wounds. Oh boy. That's where our 6s are going. Right into that guy's gun. Just shoot those things. Plus it's towering, so it sees over walls. Oh man. It's -1 damage. Yeah. I think you just take 2 big cannons, right, chat? Or do you take a cool big sword? You maybe take a big sword. What does it replace? The glaive? Oh yeah, the glaive is just the profile. So it's either strength 16, AP 3, 6 damage, or strength 8, AP 1, 2 damage. If you take if you kick the kicky feet, yeah, then maybe you just take the sword. It seems real strong. Just like a 1+ -1 damage with 18 wounds is like sort of insane. You don't need an invuln though. Like a 5+ invulnerable save on a 2+ save model is like inconsequential. Like you're a 1+ save all the time unless they ignore cover. Because you just stick like your stupid like the end of your sword into a building, and then suddenly you're +1 save. So like they need to be AP 4 for a 4+ invulnerable save to have mattered. That you need to be AP 5 for a 5+ invulnerable save to have mattered. So I think you're fine without an invuln save, honestly. Oh yeah, you can protect it also. Oh yeah, that's gross. So like las cannons wound on 5s. Wraith Lord gets you fate dice for destroying people. Can you not take D cannons on them? I guess not anymore, huh? That's just gone. Or was that Wraith Seers you could take D cannons on? I thought you could do it on Lord. You just didn't take Lords because they weren't as good. Kind of sweet in melee. Strength 10, AP 3, D6 +1. Yvrain! Here she is. 5+ feel no pain. In your command phase, on a 2+, you return D3 destroyed bodyguard models back to the unit. Love that. And she joins also Corsairs and stuff. Yeah. Solid ranged attack. Anti-infantry 2+ devastating wounds. Jesus. Alright. Calm down, your brain. And she has devastating wounds in melee. Skyrunner Conclave. Get a 4+ feel no pain against psychic attacks. It's kind of whatever. And they get -1 to be wounded while they're Farseers in the unit. Are they good at fighting? Not really. The best thing about these guys back in the day was that they were good at fighting, but they're kind of not anymore. They all have destructors, though. You can take 3 of them. So you shoot 3d6 strength 5s. It's all right. Wraith Knight with sword and gun. Yeah, the sword and gun does seem good. I mean, that sword's like really solid. The gun's like good for the alpha strike, right? If you just take a billion of the big guns, but it's kind of spiky. And the sword is just like really solid. It's sad that the Spirit Seers can't buff them, but you know, I think hitting on. I guess you could guide them, right? So it's probably fine if you just like have a bunch of Farseers following them around. The Warlock Conclave is the same, but it's not on a Spike. Okay. Well, fair enough. All right. We finished Aeldari. We're on to Drukhari. We're speed running the last one. Let's go. So Drukhari get pain tokens when they kill people, right? And then you can use them at the start of a phase to reroll advance or charge rolls or hit rolls in the shooting or fight phase. And you gain 3 pain tokens at the start of the game. Cool. You also get an additional pain token for each of the faction leaders that you bring. You can spend a CP to reroll wound rolls against an enemy below half strength. You can spend a CP to advance and charge with Witch Cult. We did know that one. At the end of your shooting phase, you can make a normal move for 2 and embark in a transport. Oh, no, cannot embark in a transport. Just kidding. Get wrecked. And then these are like basically, yeah, so we saw this one. You can empower all of the faction leaders for 1 pain token if you want to. Quicksilver reactions is -1 to be hit. And insensible to pain is -1 to wound for Homunculus Coven. Okay. So you lose out on a -1 to be hit for Homunculus Coven, but you gain the wound equivalent, which is pretty cool. Drukhari is just such a cool word, chat. It's I don't know. Also, Dark Eldar, it's like less syllables than Dark Eldar. Aeldari is more syllables than Eldar, which is why people say Eldar. But Dark Eldar is more syllables than Drukhari. Is it? Dark Eldar 3. Drukhari is Drukhari. I guess it's the same. But it flows off the tongue a little bit better. Less words, I guess. Enhancements. Each time you select a bear's unit as the target of a stratagem, you roll a d6. On a 4+, you gain a command point. That's very narrow use case. I guess it just lets you use like Alliance of Agony for free, basically. It's weird that they're pushing so hard on that ability. Art of Pain in your command phase. If the bear is on the battlefield, you get 1 pain token. That's probably just fine. Just windmill slam that in. Blood Dancer, you get +1 attack and AP. If you're empowered, you gain 2 instead. Crucible Malediction. At the start of any shooting phase, you can force every enemy unit within 12 to make a battle shock check. And Psychers take D3. Whatever. That one's probably fine, but I don't know if it's that great. All right. Moving on to the characters. Archons grant rerolls of 1. If you're empowered, you get rerolls instead. Okay, so the empowerment, I mean, obviously you could sell it through the enhancements. But the empowerment gains you other effects beyond just the rerolls, which actually seems solid. They have a Shadow Field for the 2+ invulnerable save. Once per battle, you can Agents Infect your opponent. Nice. The Beastmaster, it looks like it's now just a unit of beasts. Oh my god, it's just all of the beasts all together in 1 unit. They have a 9-inch scout. Can reroll charges, and beasts can reroll hit rolls of 1. The Clawed Fiends are strength 5, AP 1, 2 damage. The Talons are lethal, which is okay because you can empower them. And the Razor Wings are just a bunch of strength 3 idiots. How many, is it Chimerae? How many Chimerae do you have? 2? So you get 8 lethal hits attacks? Yeah. Scout is okay, I guess. It's a weird unit, though. Court of the Archon. Is this modal? No, it's just one of each of these special characters. So anybody who has like 1,000 sliths, get wrecked. Well, you contain a Lamian, you get lethal hit. In your shooting phase, you can battle shock and infantry in it. Sliths get you -1 to be wounded, and Urgles get you fight first. So they all contribute their own little cool ability. You can join Kabalite Warriors if it is being led by an Archon. That's kind of sweet, actually, because they contribute all those abilities to the Kabalite Warriors, too. So your Kabalite Warriors get -1 to wound and lethal hits. I like that. That's solid. Plus, they're okay at fighting. The Slith is 3 attacks, strength 5, AP2, 2 damage. The Lamian is 2 plus anti-infantry, strength 4, AP2, 1 damage. The Urgle sucks. And the Medusa, I don't know. She's a flamethrower, I guess. Yeah, I like the court. Kronos. Regenerates pain tokens on a 4+ within 9 inches of itself. And has a bunch of flamers. Let's go! Everything ignores cover. Drazzy boy. I assume, yeah, joins Incubi, probably. Yeah, there he is. You get +1 to... He gives his unit +1 to wound, so he retains that ability. Once per battle, when he selects to fight, he can gain precision. Each time an enemy character is destroyed, you get D through paid tokens. If it was the warlord, you gain 3. Is he gonna kill them, though? I guess... It's weird that the single strike seems significantly worse than the double strike. It's -1 strength and damage, but it gains twin linked. So you're like, I'm -1 strength for 2 more attacks, but also I have a significantly greater chance to wound almost every target in the game. So I don't know why I would be rolling out my 3 damage attack most of the time. Weird. I guess that one's against like Terminators that you one-shot. Liquefier guns, strength 4, AP1. Woo. Grotesques do fight on death. They have a 5+ feel no pain, and then you can like 1 CP -1 to be wounded. So they're fairly tanky. The Homunculus also improves their feel no pain to a 4+. Holy shit. Only on racks though, so less useful. He's 2+ anti-infantry. Everything's anti-infantry in this faction. This faction is going to destroy infantry. Sorry, infantry. You have even less of a chance to be played. Every Drukhari player is going to annihilate you. Just play tanks. All the tanks. All the time. Kind of the same deal for the regular Incubi. You join them Drazhar, they get +1 to wound, and then they're just like cut their swords in half and roll twice as many dice to wound your opponent. I guess they're only AP1. So the Incubi, not great. Why are they only strength 4? That's wild. Kabalite Warriors have objective secured, but theirs works when they're in transports. Also, what guns can they have? Because they're gonna get that Court of the Archon buff. They all have splinter rifles, right? And then you could take like not shredders, splinter cannons maybe. Then they get lethal and sustain, or just blasters and dark lances because we're shooting at tanks. Lilith has fights first. She gives you +1 strength and +1 AP. And once per battle, she can increase her attack care restriction to 12. The awkward part is that this increases both her offensive and defensive output. So you want to like wait as long as you can to use it because you want her to. She also goes to Strength 4, AP 3, which is kind of sick. You want her to be able to use the 3+ invulnerable save, but like if she has a unit, the unit will probably survive for a little bit. And it also only works in the fight phase, not any phase. So if her unit dies in the fight phase and then she gets shot at, she's not really going to do anything. That's an odd ability. Mandrakes still infiltrate and have stealth, which is awesome. Raiders now. Firing deck 11, advance at +6. Are these assault weapons? They are. So you can put like a bunch of Cabalite warriors into a raider and then advance around the table and continue to shoot them. Ravagers get +1 when they target a unit at its starting strength. So I guess you're supposed to shoot them first to trigger the below starting strength abilities on everybody else. And it's only hit rolls of 1. It's not even all hit rolls. But you could also just empower them to reroll all their hit rolls anyway, so I don't know. The Razor Wings get +1 to hit against enemies that do not fly. Can fire strength 6 AP 1 2 damage missiles and have a Dark Lance. They start with 2 Dark Lances and they could take 2 Disintegrator Cannons, which is not. Is that right? Yeah. What is a Disintegrator Cannon? What is that? All right. It's 3 shots, strength 5, AP 2 damage, which is not what the jet fighter says, right? Oh, it is. It's just they just gave it the wrong name. Nice. Nice. Love that. Good stuff. Yeah, you're probably just on Dark Lances though, right? 2 Dark Lances, and it has a twin splinter rifle, which is twin linked, so you probably just play that anyway. Reaver jet bikes. Hey, they keep their flyby. Cluster caltrops let you reroll the flyby rolls. It's kind of cute. And Grav Talons give them lance. But their weapons kind of suck anyway, so I don't know if we're that worried about it. Mostly we're here for that Heat Lance. Strength 14, AP 4, D6 damage. How many of those do they get? 1 out of 3? Yeah. For every 3, they get 1 Glav Talon, 1 Cluster Caltrop. But these actually seem solid. Everything's assault. So they move 16 plus D6. They do have to go around terrain, unfortunately. But then they like mortal wound something and then heat lance something else, hopefully. Seems okay. Scourges can also get heat lances. And they get fire and fade. Oof. Yeah, Scourges seem fucking solid as hell. They can get dark lances or heat lances. I guess the downside is that they're only hit on 4s. But you can empower them, so you could just pay a plain token to reroll everything. And then they just vaporize, they just shoot a bunch of D6 plus whatever damage gunshots and then run away. Scourges seem real good. That's good. The Succubus gets fight first on empowerment, but you probably just play Lilith, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. Lilith just seems like a better Succubus. That's it. I mean, kind of shame of the leader mechanic is that you just like the generic versions of these characters just kind of go away because the special character is much better. Talos permanently empower themselves if they kill anything. But I bet they're only 1 to 2 now. They sure are. It's a weird change, turning everything from like 1 to 3 to 1 to 2. I don't really understand it. They also get heat lances. They also don't have to destroy enemy units in melee. So if they shoot a tank to death with their heat lances, then they get rerolls to hit forever. So I feel like that's what we're doing. I think we're just empowering heat lances to get full rerolls, hits, and wounds because they're twin linked, and just trying to blow tanks up. I want to be honest, Drukhari actually seemed kind of sweet. Just the number of like cool heat lances they can get, and assuming that they can generate pain tokens enough, which they start with. I mean, Lilith is a succubus, right? Yeah, she's a succubus. You're gonna play an Archon because you can vex somebody, and you want like you could take the sweet core to the Archon unit, right? So that's 2. I don't know if you play a homunculus. I don't know if I even saw Rex. Where are they? Is Arian good? Oh, they're at the bottom here. Yeah, I think I just skipped like 2 data sheets. Witches are fine. They can force people to take Desperate Escape when they run away. That's kind of whatever. Racks gain you pain tokens when units are destroyed, and they themselves gain pain tokens when they're destroyed. Oh, that's cute. You probably just want to like use them as your idiot objective holder, so your opponent is disincentivized from killing them. Void Red Bomber is like the same as it ever was. So two Void Lances on it, which are strength 14, AP 4, D6 plus 2. Solid. Wait, and it shoot 2 times? And it has 2 of them? Whoa! Hold up. Whoa! Whoa! Void Raven Bomber. My guy, you get back here. It has stealth. It has a mine, which it probably won't use because it'll drop on the table and get shot to death. It's T9, 12 wounds. It's only a 4+ save. So that's where the downside comes in. It's hoping that stealth keeps it alive. But it shoots 4 D6 plus 2 damage las cannons. That seems good. Yeah, for whatever reason, Chad, I think I just had my like slider on the side scrolled up, and I did not even see that there were more data sheets beyond Talos for some reason, which is why I was surprised that I hadn't seen Rex yet. But it does make sense that they would be at the bottom if it's alphabetical. So Urian just regains wounds and regenerates himself 1 time. Yeah, I don't know if I love the homunculi because they just join rack units, which are just like you could just take 10, right? Yeah, just like not that exciting. I guess they could take like 1 anti-infantry devastating wound gun. Yeah, I don't know. I like Talos. Talos Bane Engine seems sweet. But I don't think I like the Homunculus Coven guys. But if you take like Lilith and or Lelith, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. However her name is meant to be pronounced. And a witch unit. You get a pain token to start with. And then if you bring an Archon, you get a 2nd pain token. Plus you start with 3, we said? Or 4? 3 pain tokens. So you start with 5. And you gain 1 every command phase. So your first command phase, you're going to have 6 pain tokens. And then you just like jump out and just hammer people with full rerolling units of Dark Lances. You get 6x uses of full rerolls to hit. Right? And then the Archon, if he's empowered, his entire unit gets rerolls to wound. Oh, that's all attacks as well. So the Archon's unit, which you just like bail out of a raider on the first turn, I guess. gets lethal hits and full rerolls too. And it's a Kabalite Warrior squad, so you probably have like 2 Shredders and a Dark Lance or something. Where's the Kabalite Warriors at? Way too far up. I'm just going to search. There they are. So you get... Oh, it's just a standard 10, and you get 1 of each special weapon. All right. So you get 1 blaster, 1 Dark Lance, and then like a Splinter Cannon or whatever. But you're lethal hitting because you have a Lamian, and then they're rerolling all of their hit and wound rolls if you empower them. So I think you just burn through 6 or 7 pain tokens in 1 turn, or maybe not that many. Maybe like that seems like maybe a lot. But you burn through a ton of pain tokens like instantaneously and try to basically alpha strike your opponent out. And then you hope that does enough damage that you then recycle those pain tokens. Plus that Kabalite Warrior unit is -1 to be wounded and -1 to be hit. Is that right? -1 to be wounded and fights first. Rekarth is great. You can join him with a homunculus. Can you add multiple homunculi to a unit? Where is that idiot? No. You can't add them both to a unit. So you either get the 4+ feel no pain or you get the regeneration. You do not get both. Oh, I guess he regenerates the other homunculus' unit. All right. So he's just like a lonely dude by himself. But the problem is that I don't know if a rack unit is quite like... It's not exactly a highly survivable tank, right? Like, they're kind of annoying to kill, but I don't think that they're... Like, if your opponent wants to kill them, they'll kill 10 racks. They're not like this invincible, like, god machine. So bringing like, what is probably like 150 points of characters to support what is probably like a 70-point unit doesn't feel so useful. Healing Kronos is maybe okay, and Talos, but they're still only T7 7 wounds. Their stat line like basically hasn't changed. They got +1 toughness, right? And you can pay a CP for -1 to wound them, which I think you'd much rather do over the rack unit. Use 3 Kronos, then each pain token returns 1.5 pain tokens. I guess that's true. Yeah. It's kind of adorable. You just recycle your pain tokens infinitely. 3 Kronos feels like a lot because they don't do any damage, right? Like these weapon profiles suck. But you definitely play like 1 or 2 if they're cheap enough. To just recycle those pain tokens infinitely. I think Drukhari might be sweet, chat. I just think like their damage profiles are so solid and they have so many rerolls. You remember when they said that this edition would have less rerolls? Can we talk about that again? And how this faction basically rerolls every single one of its hit rolls? What's up with that? Who remembers when that was the case? What does the unit leader get in this one? A blast pistol? Blah. Whatever. Or a solarite weapon. Oh, that's their melee weapon. Does he have a shard carbine? Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of in on Drukhari, honestly. They definitely don't feel as sort of straightforwardly powerful as the other factions. But the assumption is that they just played this like this trading game. Also, you can take 10 heatless unit. Let's just reroll all of that for 1 paid token. Or you just take Dark Lances and you don't even worry about Overwatch. You're like, oh no, I'm going to get Overwatched. I guess I'll set up 36 inches away from you on top of this building. And then full reroll myself and shoot with my strictly superior las cannon. Yeah, I think this faction's actually kind of sick. But that's all of them, chat. We did them all, right? We did them. Oh my god, this stream went so long. This stream went far longer than I expected it to. I thought we were gonna I was like, we already saw most of Eldar. We already saw like some other stuff. I thought it'll be fine. And then Orks, I think, like got us stuck. Orks and Necrons got us stuck. Talk about how sweet they are. Leagues of Votann. I'm sorry, guys. Y'all look kind of garbo. I'm actually interested to see how Genestealer Cult does, because they do feel pillow-fisted as hell, but that's probably because they're super cheap and they respawn infinitely, so they just get more and more chances to kill you. Eldar, actually, I think Tau Empire is like one step above Votann. Like they and Votann both feel kind of garbage, but Tau Empire at least has huge guns in their faction, whereas Votann is like, I guess we have this one railgun on the land fortress. Eldar actually don't even feel like the best thing out of this. I would say like Drukhari and GSC are probably fighting, and then like Eldar Necrons feel kind of better than Eldar, weirdly. Although that might be a bias talking. I think Necrons and Orks definitely feel like the two best things out of this release here. Oh, are the Scourge weapons capped? Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. The rest to take the crappy shard guns. Yeah, okay. So you only take 5ers. Up to 4, not any Scourge. Yep. All right. Well, fair enough. The shard carbine, yeah, is otherwise not very good. It looks cool. I actually kind of don't like the big heavy weapon teams. They look a little bit silly, but it is fine. Thought on Custodes? I think Custodes are super points dependent. If Custodes are cheap enough that they can like brave the midboard and they actually get to combat, they're like insane. They're probably, maybe next to Orks, they're probably like the best melee army in the game. Just because like everything rerolls everything all the time. Like half their units are like, just casually reroll all of your hit and wound rolls. And you're like, okay, cool. Orks definitely look like the smashiest army I think that we've seen. The Beast Naga units just look like nutso. Yeah, we'll see the points drop tomorrow too. So same time, same place, chat. We'll do points drop. The points drop show will be tomorrow. I'm psyched for that. Stay tuned for the terrain video. This stream went so freaking long that terrain video might be tomorrow. But if you want a little preview, I put all my script notes over on the Patreon, so you can go check those out. And they're in the, if you're a YouTube channel member, you can check those out in the community page also. Orks just seem really orky. Yeah, Orks are just like the Unga Bunga faction for sure. Like there's like no nuance to that codex. It's like declare war, charge maybe. Hope for the best. I don't know. Like get my big fuck off squig righty guys into melee. It's extremely orky. Inky's here. Inky said I said orky, and Inky thought I was talking about her. Yeah, here she is. I'll put her on the big screen. Oh, she's in the way. Inky, say hello. Oh, there she is. What a cutie kitty you are. 8-hour-long point stream? No, I don't think it's going to be quite that long. I might try to get some people from the Discord ed, and maybe we'll just like do a little bit of a walkthrough. I'm probably going to look at Tyranid points and then maybe like compare the baselines to other factions, but I don't think I'm gonna do quite as long as we did today. Yeah. Yeah, Orks definitely like I don't know, charge stuff. Let's go. So I think, yeah, I'm excited for points. I'm super psyched for points. I think points are gonna make things awesome. Well, I also have some live streams scheduled tomorrow. We're gonna do a dual cast around 9 p.m. US Eastern. We have 2 pod finals happening tomorrow. That is 9th edition 40k, but we can talk about 10th edition. We'll do a discussion. So I'll be commentating those over on the Twitch channel tomorrow, and then all this weekend I'm probably just going to be rocking 10th edition games over on the Purple channel. So please come hang out with me over there. And here's my cat. She's really mad that I haven't paid any attention to her while I've been live streaming. So it's time for her to snuggle. Goodbye, everyone. I'm going to wrap up the stream. I'll see you tomorrow.